Oh, the music stopped. Here she comes. Hi everyone. Good evening. It's a bit later than I usually stream, or earlier depending on your time zone, I suppose. Hello, hello. Let me just get everything prepared because I forgot to do that. There we go. Shush. Can you hear her meowing at me? She's telling me it's dinner time. She's got 15 minutes till dinner time. Alright, let me put on the music and let me work. Ow! That was really loud. I forgot I was watching video essays. Happy time zones! Happy time zones, Bobbing. Happy time zones. On what? Just good old media stuff. I watched a video essay on how Southeast Asian people and their cultures are currently like fighting back against like South Korea because they got horribly fucking slandered and treated by South Korean people online because of like fighting. Basically, a lot of South Korean people online were telling Southeast Asian people that you are nothing and that you are like below us, basically. And tons of fucking Southeast Asian people, like from Thailand to the Philippines to Indonesia, Vietnamese, etc., were like basically saying, fucking excuse me. Excuse me. We are fucking not below you, you bitch. It was actually a really informative video essay about how Southeast Asian countries and cultures have their own system in regards to success, and how they haven't bowed to like the West and to like America, like the United States of America, to be where they are. It was genuinely such a good essay to watch. Hello, Dragon. Thank you. Correct, Lisa from Blackpink is Thai. Have you seen Asian Racism by Fat Little Asian Man? That's a fantastic name. No, I have not. Hang on, let me pull up the video essay and give you guys the link to it if you want to look at it. It was very informative because I had no idea this beef was going on. Like, this isn't me making this up. I had no idea this was a thing until he was talking about it and I went, oh. I don't really have an opinion on the matter, by the way. I don't exactly have the opinion that other Asian countries are better than other Asian countries, personally, because of course that's kind of weird, but it was this. If anyone would like to give a look. These are just my casual watchings, guys. What can I say? I'm elevated. I fucking love YouTube video essays. It's been going on for a long time. Yep. Indeed, indeed. But I will say, and I'm not trying to stir the pot, as someone who, again, I'm a white woman, but as someone who in my university days studied the Hallyu Wave, which is South Korea's entertainment, like media, such as their K-drama and such as their K-pop, right? There's a point in that video where someone who was South Korean, I think they were talking to someone who was Thai, I think, and they said that Thai people, I think it's Thai, it might have been another culture, but they said, you guys have no culture. And listen, there is culture within South Korea, it exists, they have their own culture. However, this is in they were referring to stuff like K-pop and to stuff like K-drama. And again, as someone who studied within their university days the comeuppance of K-pop and K-drama and how that came about, it's quite literally just everything, all the blueprints were basically taken from other cultures to create those. So K-drama, that's C-drama, that's Chinese drama or Mandarin drama. Always fucking has been. There's also a mix of Indian drama in there as well, right? Always fucking has been. Always has been. K-pop originally took the blueprints from J-pop. Like the way K-pop functions, that was taken directly from J-pop. Like it's even like said, they saw the success of J-pop and they took the blueprints of J-pop. Now the music itself is taking from rap and hip-hop from America, right? There is genuinely very rarely an ounce of actual South Korean culture within K-pop. Like the actual like music of South Korea, traditionally and culturally speaking, isn't exactly within K-pop. Now that's not to say you can't take something within your own culture and make it a modern culture thing, but it's the refusal and the obliviousness of where these things have come from that cracks me up. So it's like, again, South Korea has culture. Of course they've got culture, they've got traditions, but current modern day Hallyu wave entertainment like culture in South Korea, that is straight up taken from everywhere else. Like just straight up. So I read that and I went, what the fuck are they talking about? I was gagged. This isn't to say, by the way, J-pop also, by the way, the music of J-pop was also taken from other cultures as well, obviously. But the way it's structured, the way it's like created, the actual grouping and everything in the companies and everything, that's J-pop specific, which is why I was cracking the fuck up. But hey, these are just the intricacies of how these countries work, I suppose. It's a good essay, basically. I think he kind of gets into that, but I don't remember it exactly. But I was laughing. I was laughing about it. But good essay. It made me actually want to visit more of Southeast Asia if I had the money. I'm dying to go to the Philippines and to go to Thailand. I'd love to see those countries. And I want to go to Bali specifically for the Ogo Ogo festival, because I've had it on my timeline so much recently. And it's a festival where they create like demons and devils and shit out of like bamboo and paper. It's so impressive. And at the end of the festival, they burn all the demons and devils to like ward off the evil spirits. It looks so fucking cool. And I want to go there, but I'm scared to go to Bali because I'm Australian and we've got a horrible reputation. We've got a horrible reputation in Bali, a really bad reputation. So I don't want to be one of those tourists, you know? But I'd still love to see it. I also watched a video essay on, once again, horror and horror media. And, the censorship it faces and why it specifically faces such censorship. I have a very deep interest when it comes to the evolution of horror media. I also watched Super Eye Patch Wolf's Termina. So Fear and Hunger Termina, I think is what it is, video as well, which I have been waiting to sit down and watch. Did not disappoint, because I love the other Fear and Hunger video he did. No, I haven't seen that one. Fuck, I've been meaning to watch that one too. Fuck, I need... I knew that would open on that page. So intelligent. Loki's mention of rocks. That was... Blueberry shush. Let's say 11:32, maybe 11:33. Let's have a looky-loo. Also, more beef occurring with how people are perceiving Sanji. And once again, it's about the fucking Jinbei part. And this just fucking gets on my damn nerves. I'll be your thesis, buddy! Yay! But I always bring up the fact that when Sanji was mad at Jinbei in Fishman Island and told Jinbei to kill himself, that people are too harsh on Sanji. Because people say, oh, Sanji was so mean, Sanji was too cruel there. Or they say Sanji was annoying and he was speaking over Nami. I've talked about this so many times. I just can't stand it. I can't stand it because they talk about Sanji like he's totally removed from that situation and like he doesn't know Nami at all. Or like he's a friend of Nami and not literally Nami's family. They are a crew, they are family. It pisses me the fuck off. Because it's like, Nami is not someone he barely knows. Nami is also not just a friend. Nami is his family. If anyone else were in Sanji's situation and they encountered the guy that unleashed Arlong into Nami's life, that killed Nami's mother, and Nami go through hell for 8 years, you would be fucking exactly the same as Sanji. You'd be pissed. You'd be angry. You'd be yelling at this guy saying, do you fucking know what you did to her? Right? It is so frustrating because it's like people act like he's annoying, he's speaking out of turn. He was involved in that situation. He was in Arlong Park. He nearly died to try and get Nami out of that situation, right? Along with the other crewmates. They talk about him like he had no correlation with this and he's talking over her. He shut up when Nami told him to shut up, by the way. But he has all right and all reason to speak in that moment. Not because he's speaking over or for Nami, but because he was involved in that situation and he loves Nami. Like, it's so annoying. And it's like, do you people have friends? Can you not understand where he's coming from here? I don't think he was being too harsh at all. Sanji had never met Jinbei, right? He's just hearing what has happened to Jinbei, and Jinbei doesn't even know what happened to Nami. Sanji's the reason that Jinbei knows, because Sanji was like, do you fucking understand what releasing Arlong did? Did you ever go and check up on him? Jinbei was Arlong's former captain. There is a responsibility of a captain to keep tabs on crewmates like that. That's why Whitebeard specifically wanted to go after Blackbeard still, even though he wasn't even in his crew anymore. Because there's a responsibility that you must uphold, right? As a captain, even as a former captain. It's just so frustrating to see people talking about Sanji like that. And it's like, he's not speaking out of fucking nowhere. He's not saying anything to be annoying. He's not even saying anything to be a white knight. He's saying it because he loves Nami. He loves Nami, and he wants Jinbei to understand what he has done to her. It's just unreal the way people talk about him in that moment. I also said, and I fucking stand by this so much, if that were someone else... Yeah! Thank you for this Melis one. But if that were someone else, such as Zoro, specifically Zoro, and Zoro was the one that said that instead, and said, do you understand what you did to Nami? You have to, like, commit seppuku, you have to, like, kill yourself. It would not be treated the same. They would call Zoro protective. They would call him loyal. Do you want to fucking know why I know this? Because they still do that even when Zoro is being ridiculous. In Zoro, for example, Zoro was a fucking asshole about Sanji. He was a straight up asshole to the point that Nami was fighting him. Zoro started a fight because Zoro was like, fuck that guy. And Nami said, how the hell could you say that? He started a fight because he was being so overly aggressive. And Nami said, you're a cunt for saying that, right? Zoro started that fight, not Nami, because he was being ridiculously aggressive and mean about Sanji. And even though it's pointed out in that moment that Zoro's being way too mean in that situation, he's being way too cruel, they still defend him. He still defended and said, oh, he's speaking from a place of loyalty. He's speaking from a place of protectiveness. He's right. He's right. Bitch, they say that about fucking what he said after Egghead as well. When Zoro was like, Luffy has to stop crying about some old man. He's a fucking emperor. And you've got Jinbei going, dude, come on. Like, Jinbei's saying, that's too much. That's too far. And they still say Zoro's right. Zoro's not right, by the way. He's not correct in that situation. He's being overly cruel. He's being overly mean. In the same way he was overly cruel to Loki when he first met him. And when Luffy was like, what the fuck is your problem? Like, what are you doing? So when Zoro's overly cruel in the story because he's frustrated or he's upset, that's him being loyal. That's him being protective. But when Sanji is being protective, when Sanji is being loyal and he loves someone, so he's being aggressive, he's cruel. He's too aggressive. It's a literal fucking double standard. And people want to tell me, oh, we'd react the same if it was Zoro. No, the fuck you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You would think that Zoro's being so loyal. He's being so protective. Zoro literally has a streak of being too cruel. He's got a streak of being overly aggressive. He's literally, it's part of his character. When he gets angry or upset, he's cruel. That happens. That's happened multiple times, right? And the other times where we've seen he's being, this is what gets me. The times where he's not just being cruel, he is making sense. He needs someone to back him up on that. That tends to be Sanji. For example, the end of Water 7, where Zoro was like, no, you're not going after Usopp. Usopp has to come to us. And Nami and Luffy and Chopper were like, my god, what the hell? And then Sanji spoke up and said he's actually right about this for once. He literally needed Sanji there to say, no, he's not being overly cruel this time. He's not being overly aggressive this time. This time he actually has a point. He literally needs him there to say that. Otherwise, he's overreacting and being too aggressive because he's upset. Zoro is not the fucking like super straight-laced, reasonable guy that everyone thinks he is. He's good at grounding Luffy a lot, don't get me wrong. He's very good at being realistic, but sometimes he's too realistic to the point he is aggressive and he is cruel. That's the point. In the same way Sanji can be too soft-hearted sometimes, that it can lead him down a trail where he gets stuck. It's the same fucking thing. It's true. Jinbei called him out after Egghead. Like, I literally have people saying, oh, we wouldn't react the same. We'd react the same way if Zoro told Jinbei to kill himself. No, you wouldn't. You'd say he's being so loyal. You'd say, oh, that's the first mate protecting his crew. Shut up. Shut up. Like, I know for a fact they would say that Zoro's being reasonable while Sanji isn't, because I literally see it still happening in the story to this day. I literally see people saying Zoro's making sense, he's right, when it's in a situation where he's not right. The point of it is he's actually being too cruel. And the crew are calling him out for that and saying, you're being an asshole right now. Like, it just drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. It genuinely drives me nuts. He's the vice captain, guys. I'll fucking kill you. I'll get you. It's just so annoying. There's like, oh, listen, I know I joke about it. But Sanji's genuinely treated like a woman. I know I joke about it. He is. Sanji becomes over-emotional, or Sanji like becomes protective and aggressive. He's over-emotional. He's out of line. He has to shut up. Sanji jumps forward and does something impressive. That wasn't him. That was something else. It's not that good, actually. It's not that good. Why the fuck is he treated like a woman? Why is he treated like a woman? Everything he does is second guessed or put down or not that impressive. Zoro does the exact same fucking thing. Suddenly it's, oh my god, he's the best. I like Zoro, by the way. You guys know this. I love Zoro. But I've just noticed this. This isn't just me being a Sanji fan. This is in general. People have been noticing this shit. Like, oh, it's crazy to me. Sanji literally faced a fucking nuclear bomb. And I saw people putting him down for that. He got kicked by a fucking nuclear bomb. And that was Imu. And it's like, oh, whatever. Hello? He fucking tanks a Seraphim punch to the face. Oh, it was nothing. What are we meant to do here? What are we meant to do? It's insane because it's like, I'm not even saying Sanji's stronger than Zoro. I'm saying they're equals, but saying they're equals is seen as such a... It's seen as dismissive to Zoro. And it's like, I'm not even fucking saying he's better than Zoro. I'm not. I'm trying to prove to you that they're equals and you keep going, no. Because Sanji is such a woman, apparently. It's just unreal to me. By the way, someone in my Twitter replies brought up Oda's cooking something with killing him and Sommer's remembering Zoro and Sanji's names. Because I picked that out too. Luffy is telling Sommer's, that's Zoro, he's with me, you better remember that. And killing him is saying, Sanji, I'll fucking remember that name. Just straight up Sanji, by the way. Not like Blackleg Sanji or anything, just Sanji. And my guess is it's a bounty thing. My guess is after this, the bounties are going to go up. And my guess is the bit that I think is going to happen is finally going to happen, which is that bounties will go up and they'll either be the same or one of them is going to be off by a single berry. Just a single berry. That's my guess of what's going to happen and why they're getting their names remembered right now. Because it's going to be a bounty thing. Killing him is prettier. What are you talking about? Killing him is like a goth twink. That's beautiful. That's what I mean. Zoro reminds you of your autistic older brother. I've genuinely said Zoro's got autism. He does. He's incredibly forward-thinking. He's incredibly literal, mind you. And he's very socially awkward. Zoro struggles to read emotion. I truly see it. That's why he's the opposite of Luffy in many ways. And also the opposite of Sanji, by the way, in many ways. Luffy and Sanji are fantastic at reading emotion. Zoro's not. I think he struggles with it. I think he really struggles with it. I think he's incredibly socially awkward. That's why he comes off as really aggressive sometimes, because he's being very forward. And he just thinks that's how it should be done. If you want to look at Zoro and Sanji in regards to what they could possibly have up here, to me, Zoro's got autism. Sanji's clearly got PTSD, very heavy PTSD, to the point that it becomes a type of anxiety and a type of depression. And Luffy's got ADHD. It's all there. It's all there. Sanji bipolar, perhaps, because that is something that can happen from PTSD, isn't it? Neurodivergence in One Piece. That's another reason why Sanji's like a woman. Sanji has flaws and does complex things, and they just suck. That happens to so many women characters. They do complex things and they have flaws. And then it's like, no, they're just bad. And it's like, okay. God, I'm not even trying to say Sanji's a woman, by the way. I'm not. It's just the way he's treated, genuinely, it reminds me of the way women are treated in writing. And it's like, what is going on? Why is this happening? Yeah, well, the crew definitely has PTSD to some extent. Sanji's is pretty fucking... Robin's and Sanji's are pretty unbelievably heavy. I'll say that much. I'll say that much. Fiona Campbell. Oh, fuck. Kaysen, you're so right. Luffy's PTSD, his fucking grandpa. That's it. That's his PTSD. Not to mention the way he was beaten by Blue Jam. But, Sabo as well, mind you, Grey Terminal. Literally, when he's alone in the forest and he's like, this reminds me of when Grandpa would throw me in the forest. Never mind, I don't want to fucking think about that. And then he takes drugs. Are we for real? Are we for real? He literally like is like, I don't want to think about that depressing time. I'm going to take drugs, which is a mushroom. It's insane. It's insane. Yep. Well, that's why I feel, again, I don't know if Oda planned everything, but in my opinion, it doesn't matter because it's about how he links things back to what he's already written. And that's why Sanji in the train with Blueno and Lucci, and they're talking to him about Robin being blackmailed by her past, and Sanji gets unbelievably fucking angry, like unbelievably angry. That connects so deeply to him as well, because he's been blackmailed by his past. He gets blackmailed by his past. Robin is being held at gunpoint because of her past. The same fucking thing happens to Sanji. Sanji's also got a past that he's very sensitive about, that he wants to keep locked away because he's ashamed of it. Robin is similar. So of course, Sanji hearing that, he just bursts. He is so fucking mad at what he's hearing, and that's why his heart really goes out to Robin in that moment. Yeah, Brooke getting crazy when they lose the sunlight in Fishman Island. It's these little things. Fuck, as Drorkshow said to me, Oda's writing is fantastic, but it makes our job so much harder. Because Oda is not someone who will normally write his characters looking into the camera and saying, this scares me, or I am mad at this, or here's why I'm doing this. He will actively pepper in little things and little details of his characters that we can link back to something that has happened to them. But of course, the issue is we say that and then people say, where did they say that? And it's like, it's the actions! It's the actions, brother! Brother, I desire oats! It's so annoying. And it's like, he's a good fucking writer. You have to trust that he's a good writer. It's like when I say that Sanji's design legitimately shows that he is someone who hides himself. Hello? Hello? He's someone who hides and is ashamed of himself. And people say, where does he say that? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Hello? His siblings are hiding their eyebrows too, don't get me wrong. But that can be accounted to, they just look like Sanji. But it can also be accounted to, they acknowledge their eyebrows look fucking stupid. But that can also be contributed to Reiju as well. Reiju does the same thing. And Reiju clearly does not like or love her family, aside from Sanji. But from the start as well, the whole of Baratier is Sanji being ashamed of himself. That is what Baratier is. He thinks he's such a burden. A useless child, he calls himself. It's not there. I might like Sanji. This is possible. I don't know, I haven't really thought about it. I'm pretty sure he does that in the manga, Bacon. I don't want to fix Sanji. I don't. I like him when he's fucked up. I like him fucked up and traumatized. He's getting there. I still stand by that Sanji clearly has a lot more growth to do, because a lot of people, again, a lot of people think he grew a lot in Onigashima because of the Robin scene, and he did. But I also stand by that he's still got a very long way to go because of what he said in regards to Luffy, what would you prefer? And he decided he would die instead of outwardly asking for more help than that. And having to explain to people, that's the easy way out. Sanji asked for help from Zoro, that much is true, but that's the easiest thing to do. In his mind, that would make him less of a burden. Because if he truly still did not see himself as a burden at that point, and he truly were asking for help, it would be, I would need help through this mutation. Instead, it's just kill me. That's a quick fix. Like that's him getting out of that and not being a burden to anyone instantly, right? And again, think about how Luffy would feel. He would not accept that shit. He would not accept Sanji having to die, right? I truly see that moment as, I'm glad he's reaching out for help, but he's still seeing himself as a burden. Yanarina, see, I see that as for Sanji making a decision for himself, but I see that as the decision still being the quick way out that makes him the least troublesome fix possible. Because once again, the best thing to ask would be, the biggest thing to ask would be, I would need help through this mutation. Not, you just have to kill me. Sanji does not want to die, and I truly believe that. Sanji just doesn't see any other way out than, I guess, death. There'd be another way out. There'd be a way for him to get help, but that's the easiest way for him to avoid all that help. Just kill me, right? I see that as he still needs more time. He still needs more help. Like, I never saw Sanji as suicidal in the sense that he's like, oh, life is meaningless. I saw him as suicidal in the sense that he does value life, but he values other lives more than his own, right? And those other lives he will happily give himself up for, which is, of course, self-acceptance and, like, any self-love. He's very lacking in it. He's incredibly lacking in it. It really stood out when he said to Zoro, what about your dreams in Thriller Bark? Right? When he said to Zoro, you can't die yet, what about your dreams? And of course it's like, what about yours? Like, why the fuck are you putting Zoro's dreams above your own? What's going on? And it's not said, but I think it's quite clear that in Zoro's mind, he's thinking the same thing, and that's why he's so fucking angry. Zoro, to me, was clearly angry when Sanji did that. And I think it's because, why are you devaluing yourself to this point? That you're saying, just find another cook, and what about your dream? He's genuinely believing he's lesser to such an extent that he's like, I'd rather die than see someone else die because they have more value than me. Sanji sees more value with him, right? With more value in himself as a normal human, which is why, again, I'm saying it's the quick fix to say, if I mutate, just kill me. That's the way to make sure, like, nothing else happens, right? But the bigger ask would be, if I mutate, help me. Don't just kill me, can you help me? That's the bigger ask. And I have a feeling that's what's gonna happen. Because again, that's an easy fix. That's an easy way out. You don't have to think. You don't have to do anything more. Just kill him. I still think he's taking the way out. That is, just, if this happens, it's instant. No having to go the extra mile for him. Just kill him. Where the fuck do we get the silhouette of when Loki is talking about rocks? And he's like, I was born in the wrong generation. It's a silhouette of when Rock stabbed Loki. Which I still don't believe we've seen properly yet of what that could be. Oh yeah, Robin thinking about wanting to kill herself as a child. Fuck me. Robin and Sanji are incredibly fucking similar. Completely different traumas. I'd say Robin had it a lot worse, mind you. But they are very similar in their own feelings of themselves, that's for sure. This is why I always say, in regards to Water 7 and what Sanji was doing, it seems very clear to me why Sanji was very prominent in what he was doing and trying to get Robin back on that train. God, Loki born in wrong generation. When did he say that? I'm literally looking up Loki born in the wrong generation. I'm looking for the chapter he says it. But no one's spoiler tagging their shit. Hello, hello. Unironically, that's why I like Zoro's story so much. I like how simple it is. Because I like the showing of even something so small can affect someone for the rest of their lives like that. Because like, if you compare what Zoro went through to what Sanji went through or what Robin went through, let's be honest, it's definitely not as big. But that doesn't make it lesser in regards to how it made that person feel. It's why I like Zoro's story just being the loss of a single loved one. Because that has changed him an unbelievable amount into his adulthood, to the point that he clearly stresses and gets anxiety over losing someone again. And that's why he's so vigilant about it and so desperate to be better. Because if he's not better, people may die, and he's scared of that. $11:45. We've definitely not seen this yet. We 100% have not seen this. I just found it. I know we have definitely not seen what actually happened here yet. This. Because people think this is when he met Loki at the bottom of the mountain. Or the tree. Doesn't make sense. Because we see that they're in the palace. We can see the grass. And I keep saying we 100% have not seen why he did this yet. See, look. They're straight up in the palace. Or just inside somewhere. Because a lot of people are going, oh, he just did that. That's like what we already saw. Doesn't make sense. I do not see this as any attempt to get Harold on his side. Harold was his actual friend. Remember, when it comes to Rox, he genuinely saw Harold as a friend that he loved and trusted. That's something I really admire about Rox. Rox knew that Harold had this power, right? And he did want to convince Harold of that, but ultimately he respected Harold's decision because he knew that Harold didn't want Elbaf to be brought into a war. I think Rox is an incredibly loving person because of that. Because Kaido even said, why the fuck can't we just use force on them? And Rox said, shut the fuck up. We don't do that, especially not to people we care about, right? The way Rox was treating Harold and the way Rox was around Harold had nothing to do in the end with wanting the Giants. He just respected and liked Harold as a friend, right? To the point that he looked Imu in the face and said, leave the Giants alone. They just want peace, which is fucking awesome. That is awesome. Harold wasn't even there. Giants weren't even there. And yet he's speaking right to Imu saying, leave them alone. They want peace. Like he's speaking on behalf of Harold in that moment, right? A lot of people take, like, again, I knew this would happen, but a lot of people take Rox in such a negative way. And it's like, he genuinely just liked Harold. He was friends with Harold. He was like besties with him. He could have all the power he wanted from Harold. And he was against that in the end because it was Harold's decision. And he would do whatever Harold decided, even if he didn't agree with it. And that's why he was fighting with Harold against what Harold had decided with the world government. Because he could see Harold was being used. Harold would end up regretting what was happening. Not because he wanted Harold and Harold's power, but because he genuinely felt for him as a friend and was upset about it. So in this moment, I truly believe what's going on is this is Harold's child. This is the child of his best friend. And this child is nearly killing himself, mind you, to try and chase after Rox. We saw it. Loki kept nearly drowning trying to go after Rox. So Rox, in this moment, I believe, is doing everything he can to stop Loki from going after him. I believe it's similar to what Shanks did with Luffy, but in a different way. Shanks had to stop Luffy from coming after him, right? It wasn't as intense as Loki, but in the end, Shanks had to give up his arm. Now, that wasn't just to stop Luffy from coming after him. Because after that, Luffy stopped asking to go with Shanks, right? Because Luffy was like, I understand. It wasn't just for that reason, but that was one of the reasons. I believe this is similar to what Shanks was doing, but a lot rougher. A lot gruffer, right? Rougher and gruffer. A lot more violent. Because this kid was not being held back unless Rox beat the shit out of him. Like, I truly do believe this is basically Rox caring about Harold and Harold's son to the point that he's like, I can't risk you dying by coming after me. I have to put an end to this. Rox did want Harold to join his crew, but yeah, as I said, and as you're saying, he took the refusal each time, right? And he took it fairly, and he still cared about Harold's best interests. No, this is brutal. This is too brutal. Even White Beard, I'm not saying this isn't brutal, but I am saying this is definitely not brutal just for brutal's sake. I agree it's too brutal, but I think it's too brutal for that reason. I think Rox wanted Loki to be turned off by him. He was being too brutal on purpose. Like, I don't think he's just being too brutal to be a brute. I think he's like, I have to be too brutal here or he's just gonna keep coming after me. Because again, he cared about Harold. It doesn't make any sense that Rox would do this to his best friend's child just to be an asshole. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Right? I really believe this is like, the more we see of Rox or saw of Rox, the more this doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense. Because even when he was hitting Loki at the bottom of the tree, it wasn't so brutal to the point that Loki was fucking like this, right? Like, he was still cruel to Loki in that moment. He never did that again until this point. And it doesn't make sense for him to do it at this point, because at this point, he's friends with Harold. Which is why it's like, I know we're going to see this again, and I know it's going to be for a reason. Loki almost drowned trying to sail after Rox multiple times. Exactly what I said. So I can see why he's being too brutal. He has to stop Loki from going after him. Not saying it's the right choice. I'm just saying it's clearly not done out of any like, oh, he's just an evil bastard who just wants to hurt him. Like, I never believed that. Better open this up. I don't know what they're gonna do in the anime. I've kind of stopped watching it. Rox is British, but even his brutish nature is not without morals to an extent, which is what gets me. Like, again, it really sticks to me when Kaido was like, why don't we just overtake them with power? And Rox says, we're not doing that. I was not expecting that from Rox. He still has a lot of morals in regards to, like, how to treat people you care about and to treat people that you are besties with, right? Because I do believe the way Kaido treats his crew in regards to just because they've lost doesn't mean they're no longer his crew, which again, that shocked me with Kaido. Because Jack lost against the Minks and Kaido said, no, you're not too weak, they were just too strong. And he fought for Jax. I was shocked. I was shocked at that because I was like, Kaido, once you've proven yourself to Kaido, he will fight for you. You are his crew. He's not going to throw you out, right? It's not like Doffy. Kaido has a heart. It's rough and it's broken and it's weird and it's gross, but he's got a heart. And I do believe a part of that he got from Rox. I think those are Rox's lessons that are still there and are still in him. And I just love that. And I mourn what Kaido could have been and who Kaido could be had Rox not died and had Rox not turned demon. And basically what they saw as betrayed them. I'm so pleasantly surprised by Rox because I knew Rox wasn't going to be the fucking evil of evils that the world said he was or the Marines said he was because the Marines said it. But I wasn't expecting to see a lot of heart in him, I'll say.
Howdy do, boys.
Because no matter what anyone says, I do believe he had a true care for his crew. I believe that was there. And the reason I believe that's there, the reason I believe that's there is because him turning into a demon and attacking his crew would make no sense if he just didn't care about them and they didn't care about him. I saw betrayal. I saw betrayal in the eyes of Big Mom. I saw betrayal in the eyes of Kaido. And I saw betrayal in the eyes of Whitebeard. I saw them hurt by that. And that changed their lives forever, essentially. I suppose that's just a fiction, a suspending your disbelief idea. Because, hey, perhaps he ate a devil fruit on that island, as Kaido did and literally turned into a dragon. I guess if your crewmate has just turned into a dragon on an island, a guy with fangs and wings and horns wouldn't exactly be the weirdest thing. But I will say that's something that does not, like, exactly upset me. Because in the end, the point of that scene is they have felt betrayed. And I felt sad. Oh, thank you, Kinirosa. I appreciate that. Well, they suspected as such, but then they heard his voice. The others didn't hear his voice. I think there's also something to be said there that for me, especially when it comes to Whitebeard, I think Whitebeard particularly had a deep gut feeling that Rox would hurt him. And I think Whitebeard, Edward, just didn't think twice about it, because I do believe Whitebeard had a belief that he would get hurt by Rox. And that's why he was like, is this all we are to you? I really don't think he thought about it twice. Which is why it hurts so much. Because I do think Rox never intended to hurt Whitebeard. Never intended to go against Edward. But unfortunately, for both of them, Edward had a deep belief or thought that Rox would do that. And then he saw it and he just didn't think about it twice. I just hope Edward and Rox are meeting each other in hell. And they're fighting right now, as in like arguing. I didn't betray you! Idiot! Lin, Kaido, and Edward. Of course I remember that. And the reason I remember that is because those are the three that are the most prominent. Those are the three that have had this hurt happen to them and they went different ways. Whitebeard went in the way of truly addressing and creating a family that he wanted. And Lin and Kaido just went down very dark paths. There's a reason that those three specifically became emperors. I will say, it is still funny when people go, but Rox hit Loki under the tree, and it's like, Zeph kicked the shit out of Sanji. And Zeph was known for having the most horrifying, powerful legs ever. I'm not talking about after he adopted him, I'm talking about before. I'm talking about when he raided that ship, and Zeph kicked the shit out of Sanji. And it's like, because a lot of people say, it's in the context, it's in the context. The context of that scene was Zeph did not know this child, and kicked him. With his legs that were known to be dangerous. Like, that's kind of always been a thing within this series. Like, that wasn't haha, I hit my child to discipline him. That was, Zeph doesn't know this kid and just kicked the shit out of him. No, Yanarina, I'm talking before. I'm not talking this. I'm talking at the bottom of the tree this scene. This one. This is a whole different context, this one, which we still don't have the context of. Zoro's meant as Koshiro. Roger is called the king of the sea while emperors exist. To my knowledge, emperors did not exist before Roger. I think they existed after. I do not remember Rox being called... Wait, was he? Wait, was Rox a former emperor? Who were the emperors alongside Rox? Shanks, Kaido, Linlin, Whitebeard. Yeah, Rox wasn't an emperor. I don't know why I thought he was for a second there. No, he wasn't an emperor. To my knowledge, there were no emperors before Roger. And then Roger created the Pirate Age, and then emperors came about because more and more pirates started coming about. I don't take the Ace novel as canon. So, if it says that, awesome, but I'm not gonna really use that for anything. My rule is, if it's not said in the manga or said within the SBS or straight out of Oda's mouth itself, I don't take it as any kind of canon source. Even an SBS, by the way, can be a bit, because Oda's a fucking shit starter. And he just says shit sometimes. So if it's not in the manga, it's kind of null. I don't know, I didn't read the Yes novel. Because I just don't like this, well, Oda worked on it, so it must be. Oda has explicitly said he doesn't want to have to make people go outside the manga to have to keep up with the story. So he sees things outside of the stuff that he's worked on manga-wise as a fun Easter egg or like a fun what-if to work on, but not the story itself. Oda's a reliable source. SBS is supposed to be an extra, exactly. Like, here's the thing, here's the way you should take an SBS. An SBS at the time, if he said it and he's referring directly to the story, you can take that as something. But just remember, he can change that at any point in the manga. He can actually think, actually, that can be different. That's why it's like, even the SBS, like, sometimes it's a struggle. Don't get me wrong, I've used the SBS before. For example, when Oda said the page with Zoro on it and all the number 2s, he was like, that's not a first mate page. I've used that too. But within the manga, there's proof that that's true. Within the manga, it is never ever shown or said that Zoro's role is the first mate or the vice captain, right? So that's why, okay, we can take his word for that. Because Zoro is literally never given the title of vice captain within the crew or in general within the series, apart from people outside the crew who say it like once, but then he's never actually that. Sometimes his jokes suck. No, he's still a man. He's still a man. He's still a man, and sometimes his jokes suck. Yeah, he showed the Rocky Port incident. which a lot of people got mad at, and which people are baffled when I say, I mean, I can see why he did that because we didn't need to see it. People go, really? And it's like, no, we didn't need to see it. We just needed to know the outcome of it, which was Kobe hero, Blackbeard Emperor, Law was involved. Well, some people are mad at the fact that he didn't show the Rocky Port incident in the manga, but I stand by. He didn't become a warlord because of the Rocky Port incident. That was because he had all the hearts. But, the Rocky Port incident was not shown. We are just told the outcome. And I'm saying we don't need to see it because it would have just been a fight, basically. And we just needed to know what came of it. I don't remember him getting the hearts from the Rocky Port incident. Maybe he did. Well, either way. Look, I think a lot of people just wanted to see the boom pow of it all. And I was like, I'm happy skipping that. We don't see it, D4. We don't see it. We never see it. We're just told it happened. I would like to see Law getting beat up, but I saw that anyway with Blackbeard, so I'm quite happy. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I would. 100%. If Oda continued the story through other characters, bitch. Or if he just went back in time to talk about other characters, I'd kill for a spin-off of the Roger Pirates Adventures. I'd kill for that. The last person I want to see is Kobe. Don't care about that bum. If it's not focused on pirates, I don't want it. Oh, fuck. It's way past dinner time for Blueberry. Give me a second. Blueberry, I'm sorry. I know I'm sorry. Honestly, it's a miracle she hasn't killed me in my sleep. I've been a horrible mum lately. I haven't been feeding her on time. Sorry, it's cold. I gotta get cozy. Emperor of the Sea would signify more power. Rhea, I disagree because there's only one pirate king. There's 4 emperors, there's 1 pirate king. The reason Roger's called the Pirate King is because he started the age. Real what happened in the Rocky Port and SBS. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. But Roger started the age of the pirates, and Roger found the One Piece and created the One Piece. The emperors are not at the same level as the King of the Pirates. King of the Pirates is clearly individual, only one. You can have multiple emperors, but you can't have multiple kings. No, this video is not hard to edit. I'm just lazy. Don't tell anyone. Oh, I forgot to check my my alerts. Give me a sec. Listen, I know I can be too forgiving to One Piece sometimes, but I will still voice when things are annoying. For example, the biggest thing that's been pissing me off lately in the story is Robin should have one of the highest bounties. It is fucked up that she doesn't, and she should have the high or one of the highest bounties. She should be second to Luffy in regards to her threat level. That's a problem.
Wacky pee-pee.
I'd call that the misogyny is what I'd call that. Well, see, we can make excuses for it. We can say maybe they don't want to do this, maybe they don't want to do that. End of the day, Robin is one of the only living and existing people in the world that can read poneglyphs and fuck up the world government. She should have a higher bounty. She should be next to Luffy bounty-wise. Look, it's because Oda wants his wings moment. He wants his Luffy, Zoro, Sanji moment because I have no doubt the new bounties are going to come out and Jinbe's not going to be in that top 3 bounty anymore. And of course that was like part of the joke. He wants it to be about the Pirate King and his wings. Okay? But you're kind of glossing over the fact that Robin is an unbelievable fucking threat to the world government. Like, I'll be real with you, if I were encountering Zoro or Robin as a world government member, knowing of the past and knowing what those poneglyphs could do, I'd go after Robin. I would not go after Zoro. I'm too woke. I was actually talking about this on my Twitter. I said, and I stand by this, Hope Core when it's, so Hope Core, when it's just sit and wait. Just sit and wait, things will get better. But just sit and wait, things will get better. because things will be hopeful again. That hope core sucks. Hope core when it's I am going to fucking force hope with my hands and I'm going to do something with this hope to create more hope is better. I hate hope core when it's just sit and wait. And there's a reason I hate that kind of hope core. And that hope core is just let the evil people be evil. There'll be a comeuppance eventually. And I was telling my friend about how, and listen, if you're religious, totally for that. But I was talking to my friend about how a lot of organized religion is about control, right? And is about rules put on people to, you better follow the rules or this bad thing will happen. And how a lot of that control is from the rich people, right? If you are rich or whatever, you'll go to hell. But if you're poor and you're modest, you'll go to heaven. That's a way of controlling the lower class because, oh, it's okay to not be rich. It's okay to go through the suffering. We'll go to heaven eventually. Those evil rich people will go to hell. That's not how it works. So in our lifetime, we must suffer from what the 1% are doing to us because don't worry, they'll get their comeuppance eventually. I don't agree with that. I see that as a form of control. I see that as a form of the 1% controlling the lower classes to not rebel, to not have an uprising. Because don't worry, our suffering will mean something in the end. We'll go to heaven. No! I think that type of hope core sucks. I think that's very controlling and manipulative. We need hope core that is, we need to do something. We have hope because we need to do something. We have hope because we have to forge that hope with our own hands, not just sit and wait. Sit and wait, don't worry, the bad things will happen to the bad people. I don't agree with that. Because here's the thing. If you believe in that, like, well, Yanarina, that's why all we can do is just keep doing things, keep saying things. All we can do is just keep being aggressive about it, right? And not just go, so the comeuppance will happen eventually. We have to keep condemning these fuckers. We have to try to do something. Hi, Kenny. But, this is why, God, what was I saying? I've lost it. Oh, but it's like, if you have those religious beliefs of like, oh, don't worry, the rich people will go to hell, so it's okay for us to suffer in our lifetime. What about me, who does not believe in this stuff? What's my suffering? I don't believe in the same thing you do. So what, I just suffer? For the sake of suffering? Like, I don't believe in it. I don't believe the rich people will eventually die and go to hell. I don't believe that I will eventually die and go to heaven. I do not believe there's going to be any happy ending in regards to, like, the other side. It's my fault for not believing, right? So apparently I'm going to hell as well. With those evil rich people, even though I'm suffering the same as you. Hope core is reminding people they can do something. Exactly. I believe that truly. I hate when hope core is just sit and wait. Do something! Do something! That's why the Revolutionary Army, they've got Bello Betty. Bello Betty is literally the do something. Don't just sit and wait. We have to do something. Yeah, D, that makes sense. I remember reading up about that too. I hate the idea that you get something from suffering. I hate it. And here's the thing. I understand for those who have suffered, they feel they need to believe they got something from it to be able to heal. I understand that, but I hate this idea of you get something from suffering, you grow from suffering. No, suffering has no rhyme or reason. Suffering is just suffering. There is no such thing as good suffering. That doesn't exist. It does not exist. That's also a very Christian thing, right? There's good suffering. There's modest suffering. No, there's not. Suffering is just suffering. There is no such thing. You gain something despite the suffering. Exactly. But that's the other thing. Like, that's why BoJack Horseman, I'm sorry for bringing it up again. When Diane is trying to write her book and she's stressed about it and she's like, if I don't write out my traumas, then I've gone through that trauma for nothing. Then it's bad trauma. And her boyfriend says to her, there's no such thing as good or bad trauma. Your trauma does not have to be justified like in that way for you to have to write about. You just went through it. You just suffered that. That's just something that happened to you. You don't have to have something come of it for it to be good trauma. It's just trauma, right? And I love that lesson. I love it dearly. You don't have to suffer to make art, and you don't have to make your trauma into something for there to be a justification for that trauma. Is too woke a thing then? What is being too woke? Being too woke to me is... Being too woke is women can't be horrible because they're oppressed. That's too woke to me. That's too woke to me. Being too woke is going so far in a circle that you end up on another side of ignorance. That's too woke. Being too woke is basically ignoring individual lives, I would say, and individual experiences, and looking at everyone in a vacuum, or statistically, I'd suppose. Woke is stolen from African Americans. It got reshaped to mean any left-leaning liberal things. Yep. It sure did. Being too woke is being conservative. In a sense, I suppose. It's just an extremism on another side. This is the thing. I know this can sound hypocritical because it's like you have women going, I hate men. Oh, not all men. But of course, that doesn't come from they legitimately hate all men. That comes from a lot of fear and a lot of power imbalances come from the way the system has set up patriarchy-wise for men to have this power, right? And for men to get away with being horrible. They're not saying they hate men on individual levels. They're saying they hate what the system allows men to be, which is totally fair, right? Which is something that men would understand if they listened to us. But then believing that because the system is the way it is, that women can't be horrible, that's when it gets to an extremist point, and it's like, no, that's not true. That's also a lot of what white feminism is, and it's why I don't like white feminism specifically, because it's very racist, and it's very, we are the ones that suffer the most, and they don't think about anyone else, and it's like, okay. I forget. Can you say shit on YouTube? Can't say cunt, can't say fuck. I think shit's okay. I think I've heard shit. Is it extreme to believe that women within the system of oppression are incapable of truly defining their own lives within it because of the system's existence? No. I mean, yes. No. I think it's true for some gargoyle. Because there are many women that can define their own lives within it. Because the system can exist. It's about being aware of that system. For example, we're in a system of white supremacy. We are. So would we say that anyone who's not white, so Black Americans, for example, are they incapable of truly defining their own lives within it just because of the system's existence? No. A lot of the time, it's about fighting to be able to define their own lives within it. It's about they are wanting to define their own lives, but they struggle to because of the system above them, right? That doesn't mean they can't define their own lives. It just means they have to claw for it. It's the same with women. I think women we can define our own lives within it. We just have to claw for it. We're not incapable of it. We're just really struggling against the machine to be able to do that. Hence why we do things like fight for education. We do things like fight for workers' rights. We do things like fight for voters' rights. Because we want to define our lives more. It's not meaningful suffering. I would not call that meaningful suffering because once again, there's no reason that suffering should exist. It's a meaningless suffering that exists in the first place. It is not at all meaningful suffering. That suffering is literally just you're being forced through this because of the world at hand. I would not call that meaningful suffering. I'd call that a forced suffering, personally. Because the way I look at it is not people must suffer to get through this. It's that suffering shouldn't exist in the first place. That's what makes it meaningless. People shouldn't have to fight and suffer for their rights. That shouldn't even exist in the first place. I think there's a line between hardship and suffering. Because we all experience hardships in our lives. We need a revolution. Thank you, Dragon. Protesting peacefully is the world's greatest fucking lie. That's why I really like Dragon and the Revolutionary Army, my man in the chat. Because, the Revolutionary Army literally started with peaceful protesting. They were known as peaceful protesters. But Dragon realized this is not getting them anywhere. They're not making any differences. They're not making any changes. I love that part. I love that intricacy there. Dragon wanted to do things peacefully. He wasn't allowed to. It wasn't changing anything. But it's like war, right? People that say there's reasons for war. No, there's not. In my opinion, in many ways, all wars are meaningless because they shouldn't be happening in the first place. Even the war against something for a good thing. This is happening because of power imbalances, right? This is still something that shouldn't be happening in the first place. This is still lives that are being lost for no reason. And I will always view it as that. I'll never view anything as a good war, right? Even revolutions. I struggle to call a revolution like a good revolution. Meaningful deaths. I think Dragon would see that as the same thing. Like, revolutions can be for good things, but it's still bad that that has to happen, right? And I think Dragon would see it in the same way. I think Dragon would see the lives lost within a revolution as not something meaningful. I think he'd still see that as a waste. He'd still see that as something that shouldn't be happening. No such thing as a good war, kiddo. Exactly. Talking about you a lot, Dragon. I just love the way currently Dragon and the Revs are written in the story. I'm really enjoying them. Right, I'm so curious what Dragon wants to do. But at this point in the story, Dragon is a character that said we need to change something and has been trying all ways to change things and eventually ended up where he is now. Woefully, by the way, woefully. He didn't want it to be like this. I don't say I'm jaded at all. I think I feel quite a lot of emotion and quite a lot of anger. Like if I see what I would believe to be an injustice happening in front of me, or if I see something that I believe to be horrible, I'm not jaded at all, because my thought isn't, oh, the world's just like this. My thought is that shouldn't be happening. We should not be living in a world where that happens, right? I think I'm quite the opposite of jaded. Like I don't look at horrible things happening in this world and go, that's just how the world is. It's a dog-eat-dog world. I'm like the fucking Calvin from the comics, where his mum says to him, life could be a lot worse, Calvin. And Calvin says, yeah, well, life could be a lot better too. I'm like that. I get quite fucking angry at this shit when people believe that's just how the world works. No! I don't believe that. I believe we can change the way the world works. I just refuse to give in to the acceptance of this is just the pain that we must go through. I refuse to give in to that shit. I will not be pliant to what the government says. This is how things are done. I don't fucking like the stock market. Get rid of it. Change it. I don't like that public transport must be paid for. Make it free. We have the power. We've just fucking made shit up where we can't do that. I mean, that's the way the world works, and that would be like dying and being birthed, right? You die, that's the way the world works. How did they die? Now that we can fucking talk about. I could not be Empress of the world. That's the thing. There should not be one person in charge of anything. Anything. All I know is every single fucking person that works in business or politics should all be taking fucking empathy courses. Should all be taking like psychology courses in regards to like history courses. All of them. Everyone should be taking courses on the human condition to actually care about people. We just need people that fucking care about people. Same with too bad, Aaron. You have to care. Same with what I think is astounding is when decisions are made within parliaments and within governments, and it's made by people who don't know anything. Camps. I'm not saying camps. Fuck, we don't need camps. I'm talking about go to a fucking university. I'm talking about you cannot get this qualification for this thing until you do this thing. I'm not talking about a camp. I'm talking about if you would like this job, you need to go get your fucking education is what I'm talking about. But I'd never put people in camps. Oh my god. But what was I saying? Oh, when people in parliament or people in positions of power make a decision on something that they know fucking nothing about, That is shocking to me. Like, you talk to politicians, they know fucking nothing. They don't know anything. They are stupid people. Unbelievable. We need people who, when like a decision is being made on something, we need people who are actually educated in that field. Multiple, not just one, right? Because if you get one, they can be corrupted. Multiple can be corrupted too, but we need multiple people also making the decision on what is happening there. On the environment, on education, on healthcare. That should not be in the fucking hands of politicians that don't know fucking anything about jack shit. Unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. Politicians should also be paid dirt. They should be paid dirt. And they should be paid dirt so you know it's people who actually care that are in those positions. Politicians should not be getting paid a lot. They should fucking not be. Politicians should be scared. They should be scared to be politicians. What would I corrupt? Yowie. We need more Yowie. Trust me. No, trust me, the taxpayer money is going into something good. Trust me. Look, I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm saying that spokespeople can be bribed. They 100% can be bribed. It has happened before. But that's why I'm like, there just needs to be multiple peoples who are educated on the topics that they are fucking talking about in these fucking parliaments. I'm not saying it's perfect. I know there are issues with it, but it's fucking better than what we have now. Absolute power corrupts, absolutely. Yes, I believe in that. Of course I believe in that. This is why the more money there's studies done with this. The more money someone gets, the less empathetic they become. They just become fucking psychopaths. That's why all rich people, I don't fucking trust them. I don't trust them. It's why if I ever did get rich, I would fear for my critical thinking ability. That's why a lot of people who were originally leftist or liberal, they become conservative the richer they get, because the conservatives benefit them when they're rich. It's a scary thing. I'd like to think I would not become conservative. I'd like to think I would never become right-wing. I don't want to be. I want to always stand for people's rights and for people to live. But money's a powerful thing. It's a very powerful thing. Listen, as long as I live, I will fucking do my best to not be corrupted by the worlds that be. But you get caught on a bad day, and who knows? I mean, I've had it, guys. I've had offers from, like, AI games, AI companies, AI everything, that have been willing to pay me quite a bit of money to sponsor my videos. And I say no every fucking time. But for other people, they just take that. They wouldn't think about the morality behind that. Because they either want or need that money. It's a disgusting world, truly. Naivete and idealism. Naivete is everyone should just hold hands and sing Kumbaya without understanding the complexities of what everyone has gone through. Everyone should hold hands and sing Kumbaya, and then you're asking people to hold hands with their oppressors. That's naivete. Idealism is coming to an understanding and being educated in regards to what we want the future to be. Not just brush everything under the rug. We should just all be friends. That's true naivete. At least to me. Oh fuck, are they? Well, D, I'll keep that in mind for the future. I did one Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship back in, was that 2022? So I'll keep that in mind. You're being 100% serious. I love Scrooge McDuck, Yanarina. I love Donald Duck. I love the Duck family. I believe that. Well, the thing is, of course, the truth of the matter is, all rich people are bad because all those people came into wealth by exploiting someone. That's just the matter of the fact. You have exploited someone. People are not being paid enough. You're grifting. You're going through loopholes. Billionaires especially are horrible fucking people. They're horrible by default because you cannot gain that wealth without ruining lives, without killing people. It's just a fact. Or at the end of the day, it's hoarding. It's just hoarding resources. It's hoarding wealth. I think there's a very, very small demographic or percentage of rich people that really used hard work to get where they are. But even within that hard work, there was still exploiting of peoples. There was stealing of work or underpaying staff, you know what I mean? It's always there. Sorry, I'm just looking at his forehead. It just cracks me up. I love Zoro in this fur fit though. I love Zoro in a fur coat. I love anyone in a fur coat. Guy with 3 eyes, that's called the American Dream. And that was very strategically placed in the past so people would be patriotic. And don't get me wrong, back in the day, there was possibility for you to be rich because the world didn't work like it does now. It doesn't exist anymore. There's no such thing as the American dream anymore. My accent disappears when I talk about America. Fuck, they got me. They're fucking getting me. This is scary. I'm being Americanized. Primeric Sanji ship. Can't say I've thought about it, but can't say I hate it. It never really existed. I know it never really existed, but it was definitely not easier, but more possible to create wealth and expand wealth back in like the 50s and 60s, right? It's just not possible like that anymore. Not when we've got fucking monopolies and we're in late stage capitalism that's destroying every up-and-comer. As long as you were white, sure, that's true. That's very true. As long as you were white and also to an extent a man, but more so if you were white. $761. Did Australia have its own version of that? No. No, we're fucking copycats. Something Australians refuse to admit, and Australia in general refuses to admit, is white Australia, right? We don't have an identity. We just don't. We just copy everything England and America do. Because we don't know who we are. Because if we acknowledge our past, then we acknowledge our racism, we acknowledge our colonialism, we acknowledge the stealing of culture, the stealing of land. So we pretend we have an identity, again, white Australia specifically, because we don't want to acknowledge all the bad things. We don't want to live alongside the native peoples of this land, such as Aboriginal Australians, Torres Strait Australians. Because then we have to acknowledge, hey, we're the bad guys. And we are. And because of that, we just don't have an identity. Because we're very white Australian-wise, we're a very new country. Aboriginal Australia and Torres Strait Australia is some of the oldest cultures in the world. I think the oldest in the world. And we just totally fucking ignore that. And we're trying to create a new identity on top of that for white Australians that isn't fucking colonialism and isn't stealing of land and isn't stealing of other cultures. And it's like... it's just so fucking sad. It's why when people go, Australia's such a nice place, people are so nice. I have to laugh. I have to laugh. Some of us are nice, sure, but culturally we are so fucking deeply racist and xenophobic. It's unreal. And we pretend we're not. We hide it, but we are. There is no white Aussie culture. It truly doesn't exist. We, as in the fucking root of Australia, the base of white Australia. I like to believe I'm not racist, but I can't say that for sure. I'm white. I'm not the one that can judge that, am I? I do my best to be educated and I do my best to be informed. A lot of people within Australia, they don't do their best. They don't care. They just think, I'm Australian. I'm a happy person. Yahoo. And then they're horribly fucking racist. And it's like, awesome! That's so cool. Kason, oh my god. The amount of people that are just straight up racist, like, oh, we have to pay fucking, what is it? The money thing that you can get. Centrelink. We have to pay fucking Centrelink for these people. And it's like, first of all, you specifically are not paying for that. Second of all, the reason this is a thing that is set up usually for a lot of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Australians is because, of course, you guys are not given any benefits. They basically see you guys live the high life on Centrelink. By the way, not fucking all of you do, obviously. But they see like, oh, Aboriginal Australians live the high life on Centrelink. It's like, bitch, what are you fucking talking about? You guys have had your culture very historically recently uprooted and destroyed. And they think you guys are getting the benefit from it. It's unfucking real that people believe that. It's just racism, point blank. It is truly point blank racism. How dare you take my money, you say to someone who has literally lost their identity and their land very recently historically, still displaced because of the what was it called, the fucking generation of stolen children, still to this day to that effect. And it's like, shut up. You guys are just fucking horribly racist. Kason, look, correct me if I'm wrong, again, I'm white, but the reason it's been very hard for Aboriginal and Torres Strait peoples to integrate within current society, Australian society, is because it's white society. And again, historically, the colonization of Australia is so recent, it's so recent, that the cultures and the ideals and the beliefs of Aboriginal Australians and Torres Strait Australians still exist very heavily, because that hasn't been wiped out. It wasn't succeeded in being wiped out. So Aboriginal and Torres Strait Australians have failed fully to integrate within white Australian society because that's not their society. That's not their culture. And then they're treated as the fucking, like, uneducated ones outside of the system because of it. As in, they either give in to the white system that lives within them, or lives above them, sorry. This is the white system and society that lives above them, meaning throwing their own culture away, or they continue to exist with the culture and within the culture they know of, but that means they're ostracized from the current society. And then Aboriginal and Torres Strait Australians are treated like they're fucking wild and they're stupid, and it's like, how can you be so uneducated? Sorry, I'm really not trying to sound like a white knight here. It's just the more you learn about this shit, the more you hear, the more you're told. It's like, it's so fucking cruel to me. It's unbelievably cruel. I'm really not trying to sound like, oh god, she's fucking speaking like she knows everything. I'm really not trying to sound like that. I'm just saying that I have read these things and been told these things that it's like I just see other white Australians and go, you're a fucking idiot. You're just an idiot for not seeing the intricacies of these things. I love Skypea Kaysen. This is also for the same reason. I'm the first person that will talk about white Australia and talk about how fucking horrible it is. I think we're incredible. We are willfully ignorant here. Willfully ignorant. We pretend we're so nice and we're so kind, and we're not. We're just not. If you're white, we're very nice to you. Gee, I wonder why. Also, I say this as someone who used to say, we're not as racist as America. I was a teenager when I'd say shit like that I was horribly uneducated. Of course I can't fucking say that. Exactly. I basically grew up. I educated myself, and I was like, what a fucking awful thing to say. What a stupid thing to say. You cannot compare racism, for one. And second of all, I was not of the experiencing end of that racism. So how would I know, right? How the fuck would I know? Just a stupid thing to say. I still see people say that, by the way. Grifters who grift to the left. Well, grifters are all fucking bad. I think they're all bad. I think it doesn't matter who you grift to, you're just shitty. Europeans think they're not as racist as America. Oh! Ah! No! Really? Fucking Christ. That can't be true. Wow! That's unbelievable. It's like we've made America a boogeyman. America suck, don't get me wrong, but holy fuck. That's unbelievable to me. That's unbelievable to me. Wow, that gagged me. I can't believe that. Because when I think of Europe overall, I think of an incredibly racist continent. Woo! Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. God. This is why fascism's on the rise. I'm genuine. Fascism's on the rise, and it's because people are stupid. It's because people are uneducated. And don't get me wrong, some uneducated people are uneducated on purpose. As in, being educated is beginning to be a luxury. It's now becoming something that the rich and the 1% are barring. That's why education is so fucking important. It's why the rich and the 1% want to block and ban education, because they know the more educated you are, the more you'll look around and the more you'll go, wait a minute, things are wrong. Usually, a lot of the time, if you're more educated, you can be more empathetic. Of course, depends on, because you can also use your education to exploit people. Not saying that doesn't happen, but a lot of the time, if you're educated regarding the world and even regarding history, you can see problems. If you're not educated, you are very, very susceptible to corruption, very susceptible to sir, yes, sir, right? Very susceptible to, I just don't think, I let other people think for me. That's why fascism's on the rise, because a lot of people aren't educated anymore, or they're not wanting to be educated anymore. It's why the internet especially is being taken over by shit like ChatGPT. We're in a time where you can educate yourself, but we're also in a time of rabbit holes, of red pilling. The internet is such a powerful tool, both for education and for corruption. And it's very hard to stay away from the rabbit hole. Very hard to stay away from becoming red-pilled. And it's just sad. It's really sad. That's why I always say, the most powerful thing you can do is care. Don't let anyone tell you caring doesn't matter. Or don't let anyone tell you stop caring. Don't let anyone tell you you shouldn't care. Caring is hard. It's hard to care. It's painful to care sometimes. Sometimes you're more miserable because you care. But you should care. Even if it's more miserable because you care, don't stop caring. It's better, in my opinion, to be miserable because you care about others than to be willfully oblivious because you don't care. I think you live a very shallow and void and apathetic life if you don't care, but you're happy because you don't care. I think you're kind of a horrible person if you're like that. Empathy, not a sin. That's, again, guys, not to bring Sanji into this! Not to bring Sanji into this. This is why I love Sanji's depiction of kindness. I love the depiction of Sanji's kindness, that being kind is a choice and it's hard. And sometimes you do suffer consequences from your kindness, but he fucking does it anyway. It's why I like Sanji so much. It's why I love his depiction of kindness and caring. Because by God, can it be tough. But who fuck Kuma? Kuma's so good for that. It's why I love these characters. Caring can be hard, caring can be tough. But for fuck's sake, don't stop caring. It's important to keep caring. Luffy is especially that. Damn, not to get too woke on everyone. I've always had the belief that kindness isn't kindness if you're expecting something from it. If you are helping someone thinking, I will get something from this or I will be rewarded for this, you're not truly kind. You are trying to benefit. True kindness is, I will not receive anything from this. But someone should help. Or someone should do something. That's why Sanji's kindness with Gin, he wasn't fucking expecting anything from that. He was actually expecting there to be repercussions from that. He was expecting problems to arise. But he couldn't stand to see it. He couldn't stand to see Gin starving. So he showed kindness. I think that's also why when people donate to charities and they make a point that they donated to that charity, I'm like, what do you want me to say? Good job? Like, what do you want from me? I love walkable cities. Equitable criticism. Give me an example, Gargoyle, of what would be considered equitable criticism. Criticizing Hamas but knowing the Palestinian cause. It really does just come to, are they educated in that regard? Because here's the thing. Hamas have also committed war crimes, right? Hamas have also done things that I would not condone. But then, of course, there's the understanding of where Hamas comes from and why they exist, which is, of course, because of colonization and because of the pain inflicted upon their people. And Palestine have fucking no one else and nothing else that can help them or can protect them. And it would be seen as they're just doing what is happening to them, essentially, with the hope to gain freedom from it. But then, of course, that argument can be used essentially the other way because of course, I fucking do not agree with Israel. It truly depends from person to person, I'd say. Because if I were debating with someone in regards to Hamas and they were just telling me things that were total propaganda, that was totally fake, then I would not consider that as an equitable criticism. I'd consider that as uneducated, personally. Because a lot of the shit that we see about Hamas is not true. A lot of it is fucking Israeli propaganda of, look how fucking evil and horrible these guys are. Look how horrible and fucked up they are. And then you look at Israel and they're doing like 10 times fucking worse. Right? 10 times worse. So it's like, it comes to a point where if someone from Palestine were siding with Hamas, I would not falter them for that. I would not see them as bad for that. Even overall, Hamas's existence I do not see as bad. Because I understand why they exist. I understand what they're trying to do. But again, it's a person-to-person case of, but what have you heard? What are you believing? Because I do believe there is criticism in regards to Hamas and what they do, but I do not believe that Hamas are exactly a greater evil. I do not believe they're a fucking awful, horrible thing that exists. It's a reaction to colonialism. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying I exactly see why they exist. I'm saying it's much more nuanced than that. I'm not sure about that, D. When you say founded by, I'm not sure what that means. Because from what I know, from what I read up on historically, the reason they exist is because they are a rebellion. They exist because, again, Palestine have nothing and no one else that can fight for or with them. No one. Right? And that's why Hamas came to be, because they're a rebel cause. They're trying to fight against Israel for what they've done to their country. Which is where the nuance comes in, which is why it's like, I think people who just go, what about Hamas? It's like the reason they exist is because of Israel being fucking horrible, genocidal, colonialist nation. Like, that's why they exist. Equitably criticizing a group may be too vague or ignorant versus criticizing individuals within the movement. I suppose criticizing individuals within the movement. Well, the thing I like, it's like Che Guevara, right? Che Guevara was a revolutionist, and what Che Guevara did overall was in regards to trying to free Congo at least from what I know. But obviously within what he was doing, there was a lot of corruption happening. There was a lot of issues happening. And it's like, do I particularly believe in and see Che Guevara as a good person, as someone who's doing the right thing? Not overall, no. Do I understand where this is coming from and why he's doing it? And do I acknowledge that he has pushed for a lot of liberation that has happened today? Yes. It's just, we don't live in a world where good and bad exist. Well, good and bad. I mean, fairy tale, right? We don't live in a world of black and whites. I feel that way in the existence of Hamas, right? I do not condemn them for existing. I do not believe them to be the bad guys. I do not believe them to be awful and evil. I understand why they exist. In saying this, there's no black or white. Israel existing is very black or white, as in what they're doing right now is very black and white. It's a genocide. It's a fucking genocide, and it's disgusting. And it's crazy that they're pushing Hamas as though we just have to eradicate them. It's like, they exist because of you. They exist because of you, you fucking stupid Zionists. So it comes, look, there's always nuance to it. Unless it's a genocide, then there's no nuance to it. But I think it really does just come down to education. It comes down to, are you being lied to? Are you believing the propaganda? But of course, a lot of these questions are a bit big for just me. I try to be on the right side of history, I truly do. All I know is if I see a genocide, that's a genocide. I'd say so, Gargoyle. I'd just say, like, if it talks like a duck and walks like a duck, it's a duck. If it's a genocide, it's a genocide. And hey, that is fucking bad. Obviously. Sorry, I don't mean to sound like I'm dismissing that, but like, genocide is bad. Fucking duh. And this should not be happening. Well, why do you think the changing of history is so powerful? The removal of history is so powerful. The manipulation of history is so powerful. Because then you can say, well, historically they're right, so they're doing the right thing. And that's why there's been an attempted erasure of Palestinian history and Palestinian culture. Because if we pretend that Palestinian people haven't actually been here, they don't actually exist, they don't actually have a culture, then suddenly it's okay to colonize them, right? Not that that would be okay in the first place, by the way, but a lot of people use that argument and it disgusts me. As I always tell you guys, don't get all your opinions from just me. I try to be educated. I'm not the most educated. You're obscure. No, all Sanji facts should come from me. All of them. I always get asked this, Kinney. And my answer is always, just start. Just start making it. You'll figure it out along the way. No one is a professional when they start making YouTube videos or just start anything in general. Just start. Do what you can. And you'll figure it out as you go. Rocks. For editing, I do this thing where I always zoom in on a panel and I take out, especially for new panels, I take out the text. I never show the full page. At most, I'll show 2 panels. Sometimes I don't even show the full panel. Gargoyle, I'd say it's both. I'd say if you're critiquing society, then it would be a revolutionary piece. Would it not? If you're critiquing society, then you're acknowledging there's a problem with society, and that in itself becomes a revolutionary piece, no? At least that's how I see it. By the way, can I ask about this Shonen Jump cover page? Oh! I was gonna ask, why are Pokemon on it? But I'm starting to think it's meant to be paying tribute to Pokemon for some reason. I love Luffy with the Pikachu, it just fits. Why no Piplup? Why the fuck no one during Piplup? Pissing me off. I'm your reluctant co-worker to get today. You got it. I can't see a Piplup. I feel rage. My fucking goat not on here. This fucking bum gets to be on here, but not Piplup. Ugh. Not even a Napoleon, man. Shaking my head. Hey. Damn, what chapter does the Rocks Pirates invade Embezzlement Island? $11.55 maybe? No, not this one. This is Sony Vegas. Ah, 11:57. Also, for starter Pokemon, I'm like that with cats. If they have a cat Pokemon as a starter Pokemon, it's instant. I'm not even thinking. I just fucking love cats. But the starter Pokemon I will no doubt be choosing. Let me look at them again. It's gonna be the gecko. I like it too much. I like that little cunty lizard. What am I looking for? Kenny, about Sony Vegas, you only have to buy it once. And then you never have to subscribe or anything again. Unless they've changed that, but I don't think they have. That's why I like Sony Vegas so much. I think the subscriptions you're seeing is just how to pay over the year instead of having to pay a lump sum. Listen, I've got beef with this. Why can't they stay on all fours opinion? But I've talked about that with you guys before, so... Oh fuck, 11:57 or 11:55. Where's Blueberry? That's a good question. I think she's sleeping under the table because it's cold today. My table has like a blanket on it and she really likes it. It's a Japanese style table. Just take this whole page. A koketsu, yeah, that's it. Kotatsu. Sorry, kotatsu, not koketsu. Yes, a kotatsu. The heater under it doesn't work because it needs Japanese volts or Japanese wattage, and I have to get a big like generator or something. Not generator, a thingamabob, a big box where it like outputs fucking Japanese wattage. Watts. And it's just too big and too expensive, so I gave up. Converter, thank you. Fuck, what's with my stupid brain today? But it's just a big, fat, ugly fucking thing. And I'm like, it's just not worth. Maybe one day, who knows if I can hide it. Some pink on it, you're right. I could decorate it. If that is up to OSHA standards. Oh! Do not participate. What the fuck? Leave me alone. I wasn't casing, but I appreciate the token Aboriginal. I appreciate it nonetheless. I still need to cosplay her. I'm telling you I've got her nose. I'm telling you that's my nose. I'm fucking telling you that's my nose. I know it. I have to cosplay young Big Mum. Monkey. Blueberry's pedo. No, I'd make Blueberry Katakuri. Thank you very much. I'd give her a little scarf. That would be very cute, actually. Blueberry with a little Katakuri scarf. She would not obediently wear the scarf, but I could try. Edwin, she didn't shrink. She's still big as an adult. She's one of the, like, she's like the biggest member on Rox's crew. She's huge. I'm pretty sure even in this panel you see it. Yeah, she's massive, mate. Ah, she's fucking massive. Those are full-grown men. I'm hungry. I've got leftover chicken fingers in the fridge. There's only like 5 left there. Cottage cheese stuffed peppers. Fuck. Give me some. When you say stuffed peppers, do you mean capsicum? Or like spicy? Spicy pepper. Yes. Correct. Hang on, let me heat up my chicken fingers. Kason, shut up! Shut up! Awful theory, awful idea. I'm trying to cut my chicken fingers in half. There we go. This one is not quite having it. Alright, hang on, give me a shake. ZRF. Fan theories are allowed. Maybe in your house. This is my house. You will not have the Straw Hats are blood-related theories under my roof. I like the Luffy Skypian thing. This is so sad. I'm running out of pickles and sour cream. I don't think Nami has any important lineage. I think people just took what Oda said about the movie and ran with it. When, again, Oda's never explicitly, like Oda's explicitly said the movies are not canon. That was clearly going to be a what if, not an actual story within the manga. Queen and Judge, that's the fic waiting to be written. I fucking guarantee if I looked up Queen and Judge fanfic, it would exist. Love Zaza. Let me look this up. Queen. What's Queen's actual name? Does he have a name that we know of? Or do we just know him as Queen? Whatever, hang on. Let me go to AO3 real quick. We don't know, okay. Queen. Queen One Piece. Queen the Plague. Alright, give me that. I'm looking. King the Wildfire. Queen the Plague / King the Wildfire. I found Zoro / Vinsmoke Sanji, and I found King the Wildfire / Zoro, and Shinobu / Sanji, and Zoro / Law, and Sanji / Law. Wow! They're just some sluts in this fic, goodness! Not what I was looking for, but alright. I'll give you this, it's harder than I thought it would be to find. Found one! What language is this in? French? Is it really? Yep. Oh no, Italian, apparently. So, the plot for this is after Uta's big concert, the most famous singers start organizing events to prove themselves. Queen leaves to get in shape and participate in the Grand Orchestra, the most important talent show where the most famous singers compete. After achieving an enviable body, Queen becomes popular, but King doesn't seem to take it very well at first. I told you it would exist. There's only 2 whole fics for it, for King and Queen, on AO3, which is shocking to me. I actually thought there'd be more than that. Oda didn't really confirm anything in an SBS, by the way. He did that thing where he went, haha, very, very noticeable, and then didn't actually answer. So again, that's something I take with a grain of salt. Of course Imu's a fucking brat. But I do not believe Imu was bottoming. He'd refuse. He has to be above everyone. Maybe they have a fallout because Joybo was like, I'm not bottoming. So Imu had a fight. Okay, so no, I did not. Baby Loki Flash. Hmm. Snow, I'm not saying Joy Boy was a bottom. I'm saying Imu was telling Joy Boy to be a bottom, and Joy Boy said, I'm not fucking bottoming. And that's why they fought. Duh, do you get it? This is one of my favorite interactions from the Rocks Pirates, by the way. Kaido and Whitebeard talking. I'm jealous. I wish I had one of those. What, a fruit power? Take your time and choose wisely. It'll be with you for life. That's a good point. This is so cute. It's like, I am truly seeing Kaido being a teenager here. And Edward being fatherly here. Do you know what I mean? I just fucking mourn. I mourn what they could have been. Had Rocks not gotten all fucked up because of Imu. I really do think they could have become a true family. I'm not saying Imu isn't a bottom. I'm saying he wouldn't allow it. I believe at heart Imu is a bottom. But he's like, no, I have to be superior and on top of everything. So he refuses. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. It cracks me the fuck up that some people read this series, see Rocks sinking Marines, and go, ugh, he's just so evil. I see Rocks sinking Marines and go, get them! Get them! Fuck those guys! The amount of people that have tried to make me believe Rocks bad because Rocks took out Marines is just unbelievable. Like, I fucking care. I just remember trying to state my piece of Rocks is not the fucking devil, he's not even evil. And someone was like, Mel, he killed an admiral. Oh, fuck, God, you're right. How dare he kill an admiral? Oh, what was I thinking? Yeah. By the way, the arc just after we watch Kizaru attempt to kill a fucking like 12-year-old child. And his friends, mind you. Mel, he killed an admiral. Oh, I just didn't consider that. God. Admirals are just the good guys, obviously. Wow, I really didn't consider that. Snow, the context we get of one of the countries he destroyed was a fucking embezzlement island. I think it's safe to say even these countries that he apparently destroyed was either not by him or were not islands that were exactly well off islands. Because the context I use is Luffy would be credited in destroying islands. Luffy would be credited in destroying, like, Dressrosa, right? Or Wano. Or fucking Alabasta, for that matter. He was credited in destroying the marine base. That wasn't even him. Embezzlement Island, it's still an island, mate! That's one of the things he's credited for taking out. Embezzle International Charity Sanctuary. So it's worse. He took out a sanctuary. I just don't trust this shit. Oh, he took out islands. And it's like, even if he did, I have a feeling it's in a similar way that Luffy would have taken out Dressrosa when he was just fighting within. And they blame rocks for that. Hello, Wicker. Because they blame Luffy for taking out Enies Lobby. That was not Luffy, but they still put it on him. He took out a fucking grift. He took out a bunch of grifters. But from what we've seen of Rocks, it's quite clear to me that it doesn't make sense for him to just take out countries or islands, does it? We've seen enough of him to realize that's not how he works. Because he even said to Kaido, we don't do that. We don't just overpower people like that. It doesn't make sense that he'd just do that from what we know. Wait, isn't Luffy also credited for destroying Egghead now that I think about it? And killing Vegapunk? Man. The fact Roger liked him is enough for me, truly. Because Roger was literally, we don't hurt citizens. This is like when I found out the reason Kid had that violent streak, or he was seen as violent towards citizens, is because those citizens were actually talking shit to him and about his crew. So Kid was not just killing random people. He was violent about it, don't get me wrong. But it wasn't like, oh, he was just doing that. They were making fun of him and making fun of his crew. And we've seen how sensitive Kid is to that. But he's still a hothead. I still do not think Kid's like a good guy. Kid's not a good guy. But they acted like it was total, like, innocent civilians that weren't doing anything. No, it wasn't. Hello, Amir. Not my Amir, you're the other Amir that I've learned. Well, a lot of Luffy's crew are not sadistic. Kid's crew is a little bit sadistic. Man. Bye. I have to find that Kirby game where every time you finish a level he goes, ew! It's like the funniest thing ever. Ew! It just sounds disgusted that he's finished the level. I swear it's a 3DS game. Kirby doesn't like doing what he needs to do. He just wants to fucking sleep and eat. It's all he wants. He's much like Luffy in a way. But Luffy has more ambition. Kid is like the best... Kid and Luffy are two like characters I use as proof to show Law is not fucking mature. Law is one of those characters where everyone has fallen for the mask he wears, but that's not actually who he is. Law is very immature. He just pretends not to be, or he tries not to be. He tries to be more put together than he is. The fact that he successfully falls for Kid's rage baiting along with Luffy's shenanigans, he's not mature. I hate when people think he's more mature than he is. Like, Kid and Luffy pull out the childishness in Law. Well, they just fall for the fact that Law is similar to Sanji to me in the sense that Law behaves the way he thinks a grown-up should behave. But he fails a lot of the time because it slips. And he's not that naturally mature. He's got a lot of immaturity in him. It's also similar to Zoro as well. Zoro tries to be cooler than he is. It's like, oh fuck, it's like when he knew everything about Germa 66 and Usopp was like, how do you know this? And Law was like, everyone in the North Blue knows this. No the fuck they don't. No, they don't. You were just a fucking mega fan. And you were like, oh, of course everyone knows this. He's such a loser. I love him. He's such a loser. I love Law because he's like clearly a loser and he tries not to be. I love those types of characters. It's why I like Zoro and why I like Sanji. They're just losers. But I love them. That's why I like Usopp as well. Usopp's like the opposite to me. He thinks he's a loser, but he's not. Usopp is actually very naturally cool. I made the joke last stream for my chapter stream that maybe Zaza will end up liking Sanji, and because of that, killing him will lose control of the sleep tid and it'll turn on him. That was honestly a joke, but now I kind of really want that to happen. Now I really want it to happen. I really want it to happen. I want Zaza to be like, Sanji's so cute. I'm gonna fight the fucking Holy Knights. And because the Holy Knights are already scared of the sleep tid, that killing him could lose control easily. Also, I love when women love Sanji. I love when big women, especially like the giants, love Sanji. I go fucking crazy for that. I love them holding him. Like he's a little doll. That's why I went crazy with Black Maria and Sanji. I thought it was like, it was sadistic, but I was like, this is cute. It was cute until she started beating the shit out of it, and then I got hard. But that's a different thing, you know? That's a different case. That's just me. But it's like when Sanji was partying in Elbaf and all the giant ladies were like, Sanji, you're so cute. I want to be one of them. I want to be a giant lady that calls Sanji cute. Oh. I guessed that, by the way. I was like, I can't wait for Sanji to get the Elbaf and all the giant women are saying he's so cute. I fucking guessed that would happen. I know. I know, Sanji. A giant rain goddess looking at Sanji going, ooh, it's so cute. Oh, what a cute little follower I have. Bitch, I'd eat that shit up. Where are the stink men? I'm waiting for them. There it is. I literally want to treat Sanji like my little pocket pet. Like a little purse dog. It's how I want him, you know? I just want to carry him around in my... Like, I want a pocket up here. And he sits in there and he's always like peeking over. And he's as happy as can fucking be. Truly my dream. It's all I want. I know Sanji would love that. Do you understand how great it is being a Sanji fan as a woman? Because when people say stuff like Luffy would hate you or this character would hate you, they can't say that to me. They can't say to me Sanji would hate you. Because he wouldn't. I win. I fucking win. I have it way better. Sanji would cook for me in a maid's dress. He wouldn't cook for you in a maid's dress unless I told him to. Ha! Wait, I thought of something funny I can do. I mean, Zoro's the ultimate winner here. And the reason I say that is because it's amazing to me that Nami literally said, when Zoro's around, Sanji won't think about women. What the fuck does that mean? Excuse me. So that means if I were there and Zoro were there, I'd lose. And that sucks. I don't want to lose to that bum. Secret weapon deodorant. What do you mean Sanji will protect me? No. Snoll, I'm not fighting Zoro. When I say I'd lose, I mean I'd lose the attention. The attention would not be on me. I'm cooked. I'm fucking cooked. I've had to come to accept this. Fuck him. Oh my god, fuck Kizaru. I cannot believe people felt bad for Kizaru in Egghead. He's a fucking cunt. Like, I just can't believe it. Watching him straight up trying to kill Bonnie and Vegapunk, knowing full well Bonnie is a child, by the way. Jesus Christ. I can't believe people saw Kizaru crying and felt bad for him. It's of the same vein of Garp crying in Marineford and people felt bad for him. They are fucking in these situations with that uniform on. And they know they can do something and they don't. Oh, I can't. The uniform. I don't fucking feel bad for them. I don't feel bad for them at all. In fact, I hate them. I hate that they're putting on this fucking, oh, woe is me show when it's not even them that's on the line. It's not even their lives that's on the line. They're just following fucking orders. Oh gosh, those shoes are surely putting in a lot of work, aren't they? Stupid. One of the best scenes in all of One Piece is truly Dodon beating the shit out of Garp. God, that felt good. I love that scene because to me, that was showing everyone who went, oh, boohoo for Garp. That was Oda fucking looking us in the face and saying, by the way, don't feel bad for him. He actively did nothing and also fought on the side that was killing Ace, and he knew it. I always saw it as that. Otherwise, why have the scene of Dodon beating the shit out of Garp in the first place? It was so cathartic.
Howdy do, boys.
Yep, Marco was about to save Ace and Garp stopped him. It's not even Garp being a pacifist in that moment or a fence sitter on that moment. He was actively going against the pirates that were trying to save Ace. And then he sat on the execution platform and went, shut up, you stupid fucking old man. I felt anger. I cannot believe other people did not feel anger in that moment. It's actually baffling to me. I was so fucking angry at Garp. I really cannot believe other people have a different feeling in that scene. Have sadness for Garp. I just can't believe it. Like, I really can't believe it. I felt like Dodon. Punch that stupid fucking old man. Tell him, how could you do that? You spineless coward. Good! He is a spineless coward. Dodon their mom, for real. Sorry, I'm just checking things. La 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 la. Oh, I meant to post a image of Blueberry. I got a really good one today. do, do. All right, Blueberry, time to pay rent. And it's up. Good morphing. Good Morpheus. Goodness. She's just ahead. She's getting fat because winter's coming, so she's getting a winter coat, and it always cracks me up. You came back from... What the fuck were you doing in Los Angeles? Pokemon? Oh goodness. They hold that in LA? Damn. Sorry for your loss. Next one's in Melbourne. Are you coming, Crash? So you hate me. Jose. See, Meguru, this is exactly why I like Garp's character. I fucking hate the conversations around him. Because there's no acknowledgement that Garp is a spineless hypocrite. There's none. And when you try to say he is, people get mad at you. But he is! Like, I remember how shocked I was when I made my first ever One Piece video called the One Piece video. And I talked about how Luffy has two grandpas, a cool one and a shit one. And I called Rayleigh the cool one and I called Garp the shit one. And I got so many comments of Garp's not shit, Garp's not shit. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Garp is a fucking awful grandpa and an awful person. Like, what is going on? That was my first ever video, and that's when I was first exposed to people like defending Garp. And I'm like, I understand Garp's mindset. I understand where he's coming from. I understand his struggle, and I still think he's a fucking coward bum. Like, it's that simple. It's just the way people try to explain to me, like, no, you just don't understand where he's at. I understand where he's at. I know where he's at. I understand how he can't do anything because he's a Marine and he's in the Marines. And my argument is, that's not good enough. My argument is, wearing that Marine uniform and being hero of the Marines does not stop you from trying to save the little boy that you raised and would consider one of your grandsons. It's not good enough. That is not a good enough reason to not save or help Ace. It's just not. Dadan sure seemed to think it wasn't good enough. And I trust her. I just love when Makino tries to step forward and go, "Stop, Dadan, you don't know how he's feeling." And Dadan says, "I don't give a fuck how he's feeling. What about Luffy?" And it shuts her up. Fuck, that was so cathartic. Oh, that was so cathartic. Maybe one day he'll admit it. I don't know, but he's a stubborn old dog. He's a stubborn old dog who's digging his own hole and now he's stuck in it. Asteroid Farm, that's literally what he does. He just allowed Ace to think Roger was horrible. And I can't forgive him for that either. Never told him the truth of who his father really was. What a horrible fucking old man. Got nothing on my fucking gilf. My goat, my MILF Rayleigh. Rayleigh, top 10 old men in the series. Perhaps top 1. I'd give him number 1. Gabon's up there. He's really up there. I'm really fucking loving Gabon. Set. They have an open relationship. He's not cheating. Thank you very much. They fuck around. Listen, when you're old and a couple, God forbid if you start swinging. God forbid. Now that we know Shaki's power and influence, I'd say that if she didn't like him doing that, she'd grab him by the fucking dick and balls and rip them off. No, Gabon didn't officially marry Ripley because Ripley will like stay and he'll get old and die. Gabon's not cheating on Ripley at all. The reason for them not marrying is tragic. Because poor Gabon is like, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die before you. I think that's gorgeous, by the way. Gabon is upset that he can't grow old with his wife. It's so sad. I wonder why Whitebeard didn't resonate with me the way it resonated with a lot of people. Wait, I just realized why. I think I don't want to say it. But I'll leave it at that. Oh no. Because I have a loving father. It's because I don't have daddy issues. That's probably why. I do not feel the need to see a father in other characters. Ooh. Bro, Whitebeard could have swept Sanji up in a fucking millisecond. Everyone proving it in the fucking comments. Oh my god. Oh god. It is what it is. Oh, Wicked, that's beautiful. I'm reminded of my dad when I see Kuma. Not because my dad's particularly like Kuma, but because I feel my dad loved me the way Kuma loved Bonnie. And it made me appreciate my dad more. They're great characters to idolize for fatherhood, I think. Kuma and Whitebeard. Perhaps not Zeph, although I do like him. But his methods are a little unorthodox. But maybe not in the real world. Bonnie is pink and she's an Aussie. We keep winning. Snarl, you could always adopt a child. If you so wish to be a father that badly. Just saying. That's what Whitebeard did. He adopted fucking hundreds of them and said, "You are all my son." Can I say something funny? By the way, I love that Roger has one of these. A speakerphone. Why the fuck does he have this? Why has he got one of them? Was he like a menace with it? He probably was. He's so funny. Oh god, I love Roger. Sorry, megaphone, yep. No, I think he just has this to be a menace. I think he uses it on the ship and Rayleigh's like, "Give that to me." Stop it! God, you're fucking annoying. Oh, he's so funny. I love Roger. One of the characters ever. I'm just shocked more people don't like him. Oh, I love Roger. I'm also glad that when this is very rare, but I'm glad that when hot, sexy, powerful women like Shaki, like a guy, they're not a fucking bum. It's when they're a bum and they have no reason to like them that I fucking despise it. Now, don't get me wrong, Oda's kind of done that before, kind of, although it's hard to think of cases. But like, Boa liking Luffy, understandable. There are many reasons that has happened, but Luffy's not a fucking bum, right? Shaki liking Rayleigh. The reason I can like and accept this is because, bitch, that's Rayleigh. I understand this. Rayleigh ain't no bum. He's powerful, he's beautiful, and he's emotional. I fuck with that. Rayleigh's the best choice he could have picked for Shaki. Because it's Rayleigh. And Rayleigh is fucking awesome. I'd kill for Rayleigh as well, you know? I don't know if Rayleigh had an amazing singing voice, but he had a singing voice. Look, truly one of my favorite scenes is when Rayleigh is also crying. And he's apologizing. I'm sorry you had to go through this. And I'm sorry it took me so long to get here. It just adds a lot. It really adds a lot. I'm very glad that Oda doesn't like the fucking emotionless man that is just like so cool and he just doesn't show emotion to the people he loves. Like, he even said he thinks losers do that. He was like, losers do that. He thinks it's so uncool. Which is why I am in full belief that eventually Zoro's gonna cry. I truly believe he's gonna cry, and it's gonna be a breaking point for him, like a big thing for him. I couldn't have been happier to see Rayleigh a bit anxious and also desperate to go after Shaki when Roger was like, do we want to go save Shaki? And Rayleigh went, yes! And then Rayleigh crying, like full on sobbing and apologizing to Shaki. I was over the moon about it. Watching them be vulnerable with each other was just unbearably sweet to me. Yep, Zoro hasn't cried since Mihawk. Aside from like a gag or two, but he hasn't actually cried. And I know Oda does not believe in the suppressing of emotion. I know he doesn't believe in that. And that's what Zoro does, which is why I'm like, surely he's gonna hit a breaking point and he's just gonna collapse. I need Zoro to have a moment like Mr. Incredible had in The Incredibles, where he's like, I can't lose you again. I'm not strong enough. I need that. I'm desperate for that. I need Zoro going, I'm not strong. Like, because he's anxious about that. He's strong enough, but he worries about not being strong enough. I need him to like break down and go, I'm not strong enough. Like, I'm desperate. I'm desperate. I'm desperate for it. Because he's struggling with it right now. Right now, he's struggling with the idea of if he's strong enough. Sanji's gotten softer to Zoro since the Death Pact, and someone brought that up and now I can't stop thinking about it. Sanji hasn't exactly been fighting with Zoro the same way he tends to fight with him. As in, a lot of his taunts and teases now are very, very good-natured and like giggly, you know what I mean? Like you should have seen him. Like when Zoro, for example, was like, I hunted this thing. When they brought the dinosaur to Loki and Luffy to be cooked up, Zoro was like, I hunted this. I got the final hit. And Sanji didn't fight that. He just laughed and said, you should have seen him. He was like a soaring broccoli. That's very soft. If this were old Sanji, he would have like fought him on that and said, fuck you. Instead, he like giggled about it. And I didn't notice that. And I was like, he is being a little bit softer. And he was a bit harsh in Egghead because, of course, he was frustrated. But he hasn't been like that since. But that's why it struck me when Gaban said, one of you here is conquerors. And Sanji was like, haha, is it me? And then he kind of made fun of Zoro. And then Gaban said, Zoro, what's your problem? And Zoro didn't fight back. He didn't like make fun of Sanji. That's when I was tipped off. And I was like, no, he's anxious. If this were normal Zoro, he would have laughed at Sanji about that. He would have picked on him. Instead, he's got his tail between his legs because Gaban just fucking scolded him. Well, my thing is, I don't think Zoro's being softer to Sanji for those reasons. I think he's just anxious right now. I think he's fucked up right now. Boop. Did those work? I didn't see. I hope they did. I love that Shaki cabadonned Roger, by the way. She cabadonned him! Wall slam is what that means. See, look, she fucking put him against a wall. Oh, wait, never mind, he's on the ground. She sent him to the ground, put her hand beside his head, and bewitched him. She's so funny. And Shaki saying, I feel for you. Funny. Roger's pussy tingled for sure. Tingled. Isn't it unreal that she comes out and fights by kicking? And smoking! I'm telling you! Even if it's not on purpose, there's a fucking green goblin mask on Oda's fucking shoulder saying, you miss Sanji. Put some Sanji in it. Put some Sanji in it. And we are introduced to both of these characters by them beating up their customers in their, like, bar. I can't. There's something there. We're not crazy. There is something there. I had to send him flying, yeah. The Kuju girls also have hard eyes for Gloriosa. They're going, Uchi mama! We've got some hot captains. Snoll, I think Oda is Sanji. I think... Fun fact, Oda literally worked at a restaurant called the Baratier. As a waiter. I think he might be more Sanji than you know. He also gave he also gave Sanji an older sister. Oda has an older sister. And from what I know, although I don't know how true this is, he also had a strained relationship with his own blood father. I'm telling you, something's happening. Barati. I don't know what mangaka worked as a bartender in a drag bar, but Oda frequents drag bars and queer bars because he's got friends who are drag queens, and we know this because he talks about it in interviews and in SBSs. This makes my pussy tingle. God. I just love women turning men to putty, especially Roger. I fuck with it. I know Roger's getting pegged, you know? I know it's happening. Good for him. I love you too, Roger. Oh, I love her. I love her. I love her. I love her. Something about the women in One Piece. Just love them. They're fun, you know? Say what you want, but fuck do they have personality. $11.56. My Roger figurine is like my grand figurine. Next to my sexy Sanji in a chair back there, my Roger figurine is the figurine that I believe is my most precious one. And I got it in Japan for a steal. I got it for like $40. And it's definitely worth more than that. To me, at least, you know? AUD, by the way. 40 fivers. No. Actually, let me take a looky-loo at where she is now. She is currently under the table. Just where I thought she'd be. No updates on my Sanji figurine. I'm gonna be getting it at the end of this month, apparently. I do have Stealth Black Sanji. Says Black Sanji is back there. Do you see him? He's big. He's so big he's been forced atop the shelf. For fuck's sake. I'll grab it for your blind ones, huh? Ah, voila. Looks like a frog from this angle. The hands are so well done. Whoever made this had a little hand fetish, I think. Pretty good. It was pretty pricey. Gee, poor boy. Oops. It's mine. I wish I had the wedding one. Eh. Out a sign. Oops. Your lies. Shut up, Yatarina, shut up! Shut up! It should have been me. Should have been me. I don't care, I don't care. Is that a compromise? So what do you want to do? What's your point of view? There's a party soon. Do you want to go? The best Shaki shot is the most fucking Sanji-like shot. It's not the tax! Other people have noticed this! It's not just me! I'm still playing Pokemon Z. I just got caught up in Mario Party Jamboree. Can't believe your lies. What do you want to do? What's your point of view? There's a party soon. Do you want to go? Yeah, I tap into a legit One Piece fighting game. So long as they keep the bit that if you pick Sanji, he will not be going all out against women. I'm sorry, it's my favorite bit in a lot of games. You like get a warning sometimes, like Pirate Warriors? because you've picked Sanji, there are enemies in this level that are women, you'll have a tougher time. I'm in it for the fucking long haul. I enjoy that. He pulls out a gun and shoots Sanji. Who gave him a gun? What? Copter's bonus damage to slave. Shut up. Who gave him a fucking gun? That is so stupid. Man. I'm trying to open something, but it's not working, so I guess I'll give up. Oh, and Zoro just goes, huh? Yeah. Understandable. Oh, that's a bit too sexy. Don't look at that. There it is. Oops. By the way, watch the new episode of Euphoria. It's still bad. It's still trash. Because it's a dumpster fire. And if I were to pass a dumpster that were on fire, I would stand and watch and see how it burns, you know? I just have to look. I told you guys, my dream horrible show matchup would be The Boys, but with Euphoria's cinematography. I'd kill for The Boys and you hear, because I think it'd be horrible, but it'd be a horrible, fun watch. Sanji is no Cassie. Well, there are some similarities, but Cassie is a fucking horrible bitch. Sorry, don't say bitch. Don't say that. Cassie's a horrible, horrible person. There are reasons behind it, but dear God. And it only gets worse now. It just gets worse. Sanji would never. Bohibas. They are both blonde and cry. Okay, got me there. There she is. I was looking for her. Nothing is going on in that show. It's a whole lot of fucking nothing. It pretends to be deep. It's not deep. It's just bad. I should actually zoom in closer just in case. If anyone tells you that show is deep, don't listen to them. It pretends to be deep. It does that thing where it addresses topics that are shocking. So because it shocks people, people think it's deep. But it does not do it well. It does it so surface level. It's not good. It's not well written. It's just shocking. That's it. If Sanji were to go fight Summers, would he win again? I don't know. It's whatever Oda decides. Not me. Anime only watchers are noticing Sanji and Nami moments are becoming more special. I don't think they've become more special, I just think there's more of them. But from what I saw they added, it was just Sanji giving Nami his coat, which he does in the manga, so I'm not sure where that... Like, they just add the action of Sanji giving Nami his coat. In the manga, we see Sanji handing off his coat to Nami. It's not a full scene, but we see it in the background. Nami looks more appreciative of his actions, but she was always appreciative of his actions. Respectfully, if you never thought she was appreciative of his actions, then you haven't been paying attention. She's always been that way. She'll always say, thank you, Sanji-kun. The fact that she calls him Sanji-kun with the honorific means she's appreciative of him. She doesn't do that with anyone else. Which is what I keep saying, by the way, but no one listens to me. Because Sanji calls her Nami-san, and only Nami gets Sun. No one else gets Sun. Everyone else gets Chun. Or sometimes nothing, right? Nami gets Sun because she's the boss. Alright? She the boss. So that's Nami showing some courtesy back to Sanji and calling him Kun. That's something that gets really lost in translation, I found. Well, the reason it's the anime watchers are seeing Nami and Sanji, what was it? Becoming more special, or she's being more appreciative. The reason I'm like, what? Is because I read just the manga, and I've always thought she was appreciative of him, and I've always thought they've always had a special dynamic. They always have, ever since Robin was like, Nami's always got someone to look out for her, and that's Sanji. They've always had a special dynamic. But people just don't want to see it. Yeah, I guess the difference is they've stopped making Sanji kind of look horrible. But in the manga, it's always been like that. She's always been appreciative of him, and I've always felt their dynamic to be quite special and quite close. We don't fucking talk about live action or live action people. They don't mean anything here. They are nothing in this realm. That's the funniest name for him. Togama, you can look it up. I decided I don't want to get into it. I've decided I'm choosing peace today. I still cannot fucking believe that this is NL's stupid fucking face. I saw this dumbass meme how many times in like the 2010s. And then after reading One Piece, I see it again and I go, that's NL. I'm so mad. I'm so mad about it. Oh god. Ugh. Is that a compromise? Isn't it like crazy to think that at this moment Garp like has a wife? Go raise your son, you fucking bum. Kason, I've said before, I don't think Luffy's mother's going to matter. I think Luffy's mum is Dadan, and that's what we're supposed to see. I think when Oda said, I've already drawn Luffy's mother, I think he meant Dadan. I fully believe that. I never believed that Luffy's mother was going to be relevant to the story. In the same way, I never believed Robin's father would be relevant to the story in any way. Or Nami's blood parents, for that matter. I never believed any of them would be relevant to the story. Whoa. Not what I meant to do. I don't know, but we never see Robin's dad, so he's irrelevant. Yep, so dad's irrelevant. Her dad don't matter. Soul's her dad now. Hunted! Chopper's parents' heads are on a wall. Taxidermied. That's what I mean. Sanji genuinely changed discussions. He really did. No one had this character will have a whole cake island thing until Sanji. No one. Nami kind of, only because of what Oda said about the movie 10 and Strong World, and that ended up getting scrapped. But now because of Whole Cake Island and Sanji, everyone is like, everyone's got a hidden backstory. Sanji, you're just too special. I'm sorry. Excuse me, Chopper's parents are fucking Sanji as well, thank you very much. Sanji did not help that little boy during Drum Island, and also help him during Water 7 to be removed from the Chopper parents conversation. Thank you very much. Where does Dragon call Garp a fucking bum? Kuda is Chopper's mum. You like Robin and Zoro? You have to get out. You have to leave. You're not welcome here. Oh my days! I never thought I'd find a real one. You guys are real? I don't ship shame, but wow, really? Whoa. Unprecedented. Goodness. Crazy work today. You're like a rare species to me. Monopoly money, my hair is naturally pink in the sun. Found him. Found Dragon. My fucking goat. Listen, I love talking about accepting all ships. Until a Luffy Nami shipper or a Robin Zoro shipper appears. And then I really have to practice what I preach. But is it hard? I love this panel. This is fucking everything to me. Because this is the culmination of everything that I said was going to happen. No, there are more Robin shippers because it's quite clear that in the series, Frankie and Robin do have chemistry. Oda gives them chemistry. It's obvious. He tends to team them up a lot. And Robin clearly likes Frankie. It doesn't have to be romantic. But she's clearly very appreciative of him. Like, Robin makes sense to me. After all, Frankie was the main person really helping Robin throughout Water 7, and even told her the line, "It's not a crime to exist." And then when they meet up again in the time skip, Frankie says, "Who's that beautiful woman?" That must be our archaeologist. It's very cute. There's also that color spread where Robin is holding Frankie's face. And it's just very cute. I haven't seen Oda do something like that again or before. And also Frankie laying his head on Robin's lap in Punk Hazard as well. It's very sweet. I think, to me, it's quite clear that Oda likes Robin and Frankie. But he doesn't push it too much. He just puts a little thing, he sprinkles it here and there. I'm disgusted with you. Fucking tell him. Tell your bum dad. It pains me to wipe this out, that I'm disgusted with you. A crack ship that I have. Fuck, there was one with Sanji, and it wasn't even in One Piece. Oh, fuck. It was like really funny. I know I've forgotten about it. Damn, I'm sorry, gang. I had one with Sanji, and it was with a character outside of One Piece. No, it wasn't Sanji, it was Zoro! Zoro and Guts! That's my crack ship! Because I think it would work. I think Zoro's pussy is trembling for that man. Zoro and Guts, it makes sense when you think about it, right? I think Zoro would want him so fucking bad. It's one-sided, it is, but it's still my crack ship. Why does that say dick, huh? What? Why they got dragon in the dick tower? What? What does this stand for? Take my son to the dick cell. What? The dick dungeon. Death in captivity? That would be hard as fuck if that's what it meant. I just think Zoro would look up at Guts with the widest eyes imaginable. Is that a big sword you got? Gulp? You know, makes sense. And Guts with a comically large spoon, it's true. Wow, that was fucking loud. Oh, yes, Monopoly money. Get that pink hair. Put some pink on it. Ugh. Oh, God. Thank you. No! No! It's not that bad. I just have to open it again. It's Garp. Garp, stop me. Seems my last control save was before I put the gunshot sound in, but that's fine. Not too bad. It could be worse. It could be worse. Thank God I'm a chronic saver. Not much Garp slander. I even say in the video, I'm not getting into it, but there will be a video. I chose peace. I chose peace. God, I love Dragon. I see the anger that Luffy gets in his eyes, you know what I mean? That same determination that Luffy has in his eyes. That's his dad! Yes! Hoorala. Oh. I need like a scream. Let's see what the old folder has. Little screaming goblin. I think I'll take that one. Yes, please. I want to believe Dragon's face has been permanently stuck in this glare ever since God Valley. Because that's the anger he feels. When does rocks break into Imu's chamber? I think it might have been 11:54. I was wrong. I think it's 11:55. It's 11:55. Okay, let me grab that. That's the face Luffy has against Doflamingo. No fucking joke. Hates that bum. Hates that bum. Rocks Imu manga page 11:55. Ah la la la. God, I need on a shirt Dragon saying I'm disgusted with you. Truly one of the best, truly. Next tattoo, that map, that panel of dragon. Till I found her. Oh! Now that I've got my yaoi shelf out, guess what I can do and guess what I can grab quickly. Ready? Pow! There you go. I told you I had Shuggy Yaoi. Pow! I've got more than this too, but that's all you're getting. Keeping the Shuggy from us. It is mine. That's bait in YouTube chat. I'm not falling for that. A tattoo of Imu. That's interesting. Meguru, be careful with the TCB scans because they add things. I'm not kidding. They'll just add full fucking sentences that no one has said. And sometimes their translations are horribly fucking choppy. I personally would never read the TCP scans and take them over the officials unless it was stated otherwise by someone else. By like this line specifically, but I'm just saying. That's fine, Magura, but I will let you know, people who understand both have said the officials are more accurate. I'm just letting you know. This is not just coming from me. Or a farm shot. Morning. Why does Rox's poster look like Buggy's? It's stressing me. It's really stressing me. There's full possibility that Rox had 2 kids. And one of them is Buggy. What if they tried to clone Rox and it went wrong? And that's why Buggy's got his red nose. Shaki's bar. 157, I think that was. Yes. $11.58. Harold was so sexy with hair. I'm so sad he cut it. See, this is such a Sanji line. Because some people think Sanji would never say this. I swear he said the equivalent of this when, like, men have gone crazy for his cooking. And he's like, I'm not cooking for you. I'm cooking for women. I'm like 90% sure he said something similar to this. Bye-bye. Whoops. Gone the wrong way. Um, 11:59. I think I've got this one already. I do not. The social dragons are disgusting, but particularly Garland. He's another level of fucking disgusting. Because he's literally just... He just impregnated a woman on this island that they are colonizing. He made her believe they were married or together. He then attempts to kill her and takes the children and then says Shaki will be his wife. What a fucking disgusting person. Heinous. This is 11:59. But I'm in so deep. You know I'm such a fool for you. Finger, do you have to let it linger? Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? Wrong song, Crash. They're not. Never say that again, Crash, you pervert. But I'm in so deep. You know I'm such a fool for you. Well, Wayward Traveler Fart. That's why Boa likes Luffy. So yes, that's definitely part of it. But also, Rayleigh's hot. I understand, Shaki. I gotta pee. Be back. never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I got no reason. Something to pretend. No, not a fool. Should've known better than be a friend. The wasted chance that I've been given. Da 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 da. You. Wee 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 wee. Wee 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 wee. Do we have enough people here for Mario Party, by the way? Who wants to Mario Party? Who can Mario Party? The dog deserved it. Guys, this is what I mean. This is what I mean when people are like, what do you mean Rox and Whitebeard and Kaido and Linlin all had like a relationship where they liked each other? Look at this frame. Rox saying to Edward, there's nothing in it for you. Sure you want to help? And Edward saying, don't worry about it. I've been drinking on your tab this whole time. They are clearly very friendly towards each other. Incredibly friendly towards each other. Which is why it makes me big sad when people they didn't see what I saw. And it hurt me. Because like even the rest of this page, right? You've got Kaido going, hey, you two, check this out. What? And he's saying, I finally got my own power to use. I want to test out my own strength. And Rox, good for you. As far as I can tell, you're having the most fun of anyone right now. Like, they're being, like, Rox and Edward clearly had a pretty genuine dynamic and relationship. And Kaido's like an excited kid. And Rox is hyping him up. Like, because a lot of people were confused when I watched Rox fighting Whitebeard and Kaido and Linlin, and I was sad. And I was sad because I was like, they genuinely liked each other. And people were like, what are you talking about? Where are you getting that from? We literally get these small interactions that show they had a pretty fun dynamic. They had a dynamic where they did actually like each other. It was just rough. And that's why it made me so sad. I will simply not stand for people not seeing that Rox, Linlin, Kaido, and Edward did all like each other. They were just rough about it. And you've got Kaido taking the fruit off of Big Mom, and Big Mom's like, you piece of shit. They were fucking rough, but they liked each other. I know, he's Edward, but I can't call him Whitebeard because he's not Whitebeard yet. He's Edward still. Okay, so that's 1162. Sorry, I'm laughing at Linlin and Kaido. I think they're very funny. Big Mom saying, Kaido, wait right there. And Big Mom Linlin saying, I'm gonna kill you. And he's saying, what are you, jealous? Check this out. They're funny and I love them because we already know they like each other and they care deeply about each other. Also, Kaido's saying, let me try too. Kaido's so cute. Oh, his life could have been so different if Rox didn't die. Anyway, sorry, recount. Is anyone able to Mario Party? If we've got at least 3 people, then I will Mario Party. Say yes if you can Mario Party. Not, oh, I wish. If you can. Okay? Give me a yes or a hell yeah. It seems we are Mario Party lists. Oh, no Mario Party tonight. If you don't have it, you can't play it. Like, you need the game yourself. I didn't get any yeses, so we're not Mario partying. I'm afraid. Okay, children. Shaki's already been saved at this point. I think 1160. I want to watch someone volunteer. Bye-bye. You know what? I'm going to set up a poll that's going to go for a very long time. We'll make this poll go for 10 minutes! If we get 3 yeses, we can do it. Two yeses! Wait, I think I've got this one already, this page. 1161. I don't. God, I'm such a fake Rayleigh fan. I was admiring the art. Oops. Do what you need, Kason. If you're that desperate for it. If you're desperate to get mollywopped again. Oh! We have a third. Who's the third? Who are you? Three! Who's this individual mysterious third person? Oh, it's Incognito! You popped in! Alright, let me finish this part. Wait, I totally missed a part there. I did. I say, hang on. Okay, that confused me. So what I say is, I say Shaki being helped and saved by the love of her life, Rayleigh, and then I said causing Roger and Garp to have to team up to defeat Imu. And then I went, wait, that's the... Rayleigh saving Shaki is not the cause for Roger and Garp having to team up to defeat Rox. I did indeed accidentally forget a whole section there. It's okay, I got it back. This just pulls my heartstrings. My heartstrings have been fucking pulled. The joke in my heart. Wait. Mm-hmm. Meow meow. I want to watch one. Take this one actually. $11.64. No, don't be Luigi. I really like Luigi's minigame. We'll get him one day. That minigame is not hot cross blocks, thank you very much. Oh fuck, I forgot to blank out the text. Get over here. They are not essentially the same. Just because you press a few buttons. Just press some buttons. I will say hot cross blocks requires more thinking than Peach's Donut Game. Peach's Donut Game is honestly pure fucking luck. Hot cross blocks, while there are some things you can factor out, it's like once you factor out the things you can factor out, it then comes down to luck. Oops. Get out of here. Baby, come back to me. Being pirates is a little gay, isn't it? That's what I mean. It's like, are you seriously looking me in the fucking face and telling me, like, Roger and Rayleigh and Gabbana and all that weren't kissing some dudes? It just sounds unrealistic to me. I seriously don't think Roger and Rayleigh had a little smooching sesh at some point. They shared a boat and a bed together. I don't think so. Captain, I'm your right hand. And you know what the right hand does. Don't worry about it. Press the wrong button. Sorry, that was very dramatic. I'm so sorry. Bitto tongue. And where's Dagon with these babies? There he is. My fucking goat. Wait, I want the one where he's holding both of them in his arms. Not the one where they're gone and he's like, I'm fucking useless. 1163. I just pressed the wrong button. My bad gang. Dragon's single mother arc. I get emotional thinking about Dragon saving Shanks and then Shanks meeting Luffy. That shit makes me emotional. Truly the ripple effect of the world. When did Dragon drop that bum-ass baby? There it is. I think this is the one I was looking for. But I swear there's another one where he's got his cape off his head. But I will save this one. 1161. $11.60. By the way, I know you got there it is. That's what I was looking for. 1160. I know you guys do not believe me or perceive me as an apologetic person. But I'd like to let you know, for the first time in years, I got car sick to the point that I threw up. Now I always get motion sick. This is not new. But this is the first time in so long where I couldn't hold it and I barfed, right? Give me a second, saving stuff. And I was in an Uber And I was telling myself, don't tell the driver to like get off the road. That's rude, right? Like that's annoying. I don't want to be annoying. But I was in the back going and the driver was like, are you okay? And I went, how long until we're back? How long until I'm home? And he said, 7 minutes. And I went, fuck, I'm not gonna make it. And I said, I'm so sorry, can you please like turn off the road? And he went, yeah, of course. And he turned off the road. And I opened the door. I was sitting in my seat. I opened the door. Just as I stick my head out, I go, bleh. But in between vomiting, I was saying sorry. So I was going, bleh, I'm sorry, bleh, I'm so sorry. Bleh. And he was cracking the fuck up. He was trying not to laugh, but he was laughing because I felt bad. I felt like I was being like annoying. It's funny now, but in the moment, like I wasn't drunk or anything. It was motion sickness. But I was also pissed off because just before I had a lovely day out where I had delicious pancakes, like the yummiest pancakes. I got in the Uber and I started chucking up. Like I didn't got nothing in the Uber, but I started chucking up and I was like, my fucking pancakes. I just ate delicious pancakes and they've gone to waste. I was both woeful and angry about it. My poor fucking pancakes. That hasn't happened to me in such a long time. But the traffic was really bad that day, so I think the stopping and starting got to me. The last thing I want to be is a nuisance, you know? Is annoying. Even though I know on here I do not have that perception. But he kept saying to me, like the driver was laughing, but he said to me, listen, if you feel sick, just tell me and I'll pull over. And I said, okay, thank you. I get really motion sick in electric cars, which is a shame because I like electric cars. I like what they are. But I get so sick in them. I think it's because of the way they run. I don't know. I don't know if it's a lack of sound. I really don't know what it is. But I know it's not just me. Right? Motion sickness sounds like something you have when you're a fucking child. I had motion sickness when I was a child. I still fucking have it. My mum was even like, you get motion sickness when you're a kid. You're an adult. And I was like, I know! I know! I don't know why I still have it. Nope, I wasn't on my phone. I'm pissed. I'm pissed because I had a no bath streak for such a long time. I've now bathed, so the counter has reset. My ear snail. Standing between butt cheeks. Wait, it does look like that. Bro, those are Rock's massive balls. That's so stupid. That's ridiculous. Why would you say that? I said on twitter.com, I'm mournful at the fact that we don't have an English-speaking Sanji with a French accent, like a good one. I'm so fucking sad about that, because I do think it can work. I truly think it can work. And someone posted on that, sometimes it still feels like I'm in Zit Cage. And I'm like, yes! You get it! You understand! He'd sound awesome! Get a proper Frenchman with a real French accent to voice him, please. I need to hear, like, his arguments. I need to hear the vitriol in his words when he argues with Zoro, but he's like got that French accent. I'm so desperate for it. Frenchie from the Boys? Frenchie from the Boys is literally what by the way, fuck the actor. But anyway, Frenchie from the Boys is legitimately what made me go, you can have a guy with a French accent and it still be good. Like, please. I need to hear him go like, Marimo. Like, you know what I mean? Like, fuck, I need it. I need it. It's possible. It's so possible. Marimo. Sometimes it still feels like I'm in Zit Cage. Oh, please. What did Frenchies like to do? He's a fucking Israeli IDF soldier who, like, does not speak at all fucking woefully about his time in the IDF. He's scummy as fuck. Because listen, it's mandatory that you be in the IDF, but there's being forced to be in it, and then there's like speaking of it like it's like, oh yeah, I did that. Like, Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Oh, please. Oops. I don't want Sanji saying Gabagool. I think that can be Gambit specific. I'm still just a rat in a cage. God. But same with Ratatouille. Ratatouille had characters that had French accents, and we took them seriously. We just need a good actor. Gets criticized once, fucking dies. I hate this stand. I keep saying there's something that we very uniquely have in the English language or in the English speech, and that is very recognizable accents. And don't get me wrong, other countries have accents, I know they do, but because English is such a global language, when people have accents, that's usually how you recognize where they're from. And they don't use them, and it's really, I'm pissed about it. It's so annoying. That's why, in the fucking live action, I think they fumbled the fucking bag. I don't understand why Garp is Scottish. I don't understand why Sanji and Zeph are both British. I don't know why both of them are British. We have the knowledge that Sanji's from a different ocean. Why would you not imply that by giving him a different accent to Zeph. That really pissed me off. Why not make Zeph British and Sanji French? I don't get that. It just feels like a lot of these characters, or a lot of the actors just in general, had accents, and they didn't work on it, and they didn't think about it, and they didn't use it. They just didn't care. It's like, yeah, I guess they've got that accent. Why the fuck is Garp Scottish and Luffy is, fuck, what accent does he have? Either way, he speaks Spanish, doesn't he? Why the fuck do they have very vastly different accents? I was so mad about that. Like, where is Garp Scottish? What are we doing? See, I was thinking that too. But you'd still give him that French accent. He wouldn't have a full fucking British accent, right? Because he was a walking, talking, full sentenced forming child when he left Germa. He'd still have that accent within him. Mr. Prince, he's fucking stupid. No! I stand by that Roger's an Aussie. I fucking feel it in my bones. It doesn't make sense for both of them to have the same fucking accent when they are from vastly different seas. It really pisses me off. It's just annoying because imagine if you were someone who was watching One Piece for the first time through the live action and you heard that Sanji had a different accent to Zeph. You would question, oh, is he from somewhere else? You'd get the audience asking those questions themselves. It would have been awesome. It would have been fucking awesome. But they wasted it. They wasted the fucking implication of accent. And I hate that. I'm like, they didn't think deeply about that at all. Everyone just used what accent they already have. Wait, I did not consider that would also make Rayleigh Australian. Whoa, I didn't consider that. I'm not sure how I feel about that, because I'm not sure how I feel about Australian men that aren't Roger. Mama, Luffy was with Garp when he was 4. Garp was throwing him into the forest, but he was with Garp when he was 4. Most accents are set at about 4 years old. Okay, Sanji's fucking French. Sanji ran from Germa when he was, what, 8? He had a forming brain and fully formed sentences. Sanji, little French boy. I don't want to run away from my home. I don't know how to be French. I don't know how to be French and Papa Don't make me run away. I can't. I don't know how to do a French accent. His name is Vin Smoke. Vin Smoke. It's literally wine smoke. He's French. Yes, Germa was still supposed to be a fucking representation or a showing of the disgustingness of Nazi Germany in a sense, but he was French. Also, Sanji's literally fucking French. Oda says he'd be from France. He's French! They're also neighbors, that much is true. Alright. I'm gonna prep for Mario Party. If you want me to be honest, Ice-T, I think Oda just did not want to go full on fucking Nazi Germany with Sanji. I think he didn't want to do that. I think he gave the implications that Judge is very Nazi-like, but he's not German. And I think that's fine, because it's fictional. Don't get me started, Magudu. Don't get me started. Alright. I'll be back in about 20 minons. 20 minions. And we will play Mario Party. So let me get my box. All right. See you guys in about 20 minions. See you then. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. See you soon. Bye-bye. 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 Bye. Bye.